Chapter 5089. As Yi Xian waved his hand, the nine-colored sea of flames turned into a majestic nine-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. As it swept over, it turned into a fireball like a star. Then he rushed into it and lay dormant. Instantly, there were exclamations all around. What? It's Shinong nine-colored flame. Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? It's that violent ape. He's back. Back then, I went to the right bank and heard that there was a violent ape that wreaked havoc in the left section of the right bank. The Shinong cauldron is in his hands. So this remnant is actually him. Hiss. How is this possible? That violent ape was only at the desolate master level back then. How long has it been? He's already at the heavenly Tao level, and he's already at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao level. Without a doubt, when that violent ape was on the right bank of the Milky Way, he wandered around the forbidden areas of the right bank and hunted ferocious beasts. Although this violent ape only wreaked havoc in the left section of the right bank of the Milky Way, he was always at a disadvantage. He fought stronger and stronger as he fought. His cultivation speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. It said that when he was first noticed, he was only at the Undying Emperor level. At that time, he was already hunting Undying Emperors everywhere. He even killed some Undying Emperors. However, not long after, his targets changed from Undying Emperors to Undying Emperors, then Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes. Then he started to hunt powerful primordial beings. At that time, his cultivation level had also reached the primordial being level. Not only was his cultivation speed unheard of, but from then on, he could even kill 1 or 2 powerful primordial supreme beings. Moreover, during the period that it raged on the left side of the Milky Way's right bank, the violent Starsky ape had encountered situations where it had to face a few or even over 10 existences of the same realm or even stronger on more than one occasion. But it was able to avoid danger every single time. Even those powerful existences who were full of confidence to surround and hunt him down, even if their cultivation base was higher than his by an entire realm, were all killed without exception in the end. This berserk ape is too monstrous. The great wasteland world's era treasure, the Shinong cauldron, is in his hands. In addition, he also has a great wasteland treasure, the big-headed black stick, which is also a great wasteland treasure. It's ferocious and has the Shinong nine-colored flame. Even old monster Huang Zun has to be wary of it. Not only does he possess the Blood Sea secret art, which allows him to create 3 Blood Sea clones with the same cultivation level as his original body, but he also possesses the primordial Yiksha's most powerful bloodline ability, the Heaven's Fall Bow. There is even a rumor that his true level is not as powerful as it is in the past. He's a whole realm. Because he has mastered a powerful bloodline, once it's used, it can instantly raise one's cultivation base by an entire realm. Furthermore, there's no time limit to this kind of instantaneous increase in cultivation base. As these cries of surprise sounded out in the surrounding space, more than half of Yi Xian's background was shaken off. Other than some of the most secretive methods, as long as it was something that he had once exposed in the primordial chaos void, it would all be revealed in a short period of time. This was how it should be. After all, when he wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way, he had caused quite a stir. Whether it was his battle record, the advancement of his level of cultivation, or the Shinong cauldron, the big-headed black stick, or the Shinong nine-colored flame in his hands, as well as the Blood Sea technique and the Sky-Fallen Bow that he had used, all of which shocked the void, all of this was gathered on a single cosmic violent ape. In addition, he had carried out a massacre in the Forbidden Lands on the left bank of the Milky Way. It naturally attracted unprecedented attention and commotion. At that time, Yi Xian was walking on the right bank of the Milky Way with the identity of the Starry Sky Berserk Ape. Before he left, everything that the various forbidden areas knew about him might only be fragmentary information. After he left, the Forbidden Lands and Stellar Domains on the right bank began a detailed and in-depth investigation of him. Not long after, everything was revealed. Positive it was because of this that the cosmic violent ape was like a legend on the right bank of the Milky Way. He was talked about for quite some time. Even the void tortoise that later reigned supreme on both banks of the Milky Way was publicly acknowledged to be inferior to the cosmic violent ape despite being far stronger than him in terms of monstrous strength, although this was the left bank of the Milky Way. The 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts that were swarming over had not appeared when the cosmic violent ape was wreaking havoc on the right bank. However, after they appeared, they had heard of the matter. They were especially brooding over the fact that the Shinong Cauldron and the Shinong Nine-Colored Flames were in the hands of the cosmic violent ape. They coveted the treasures and even secretly investigated for a period of time. Unfortunately, they failed to obtain any results and left the matter unsettled. It was also because of this reason that when they saw Yi Xian conjure the Shinong Nine-Colored Flames with a wave of his hand, transforming into a boundless sea of nine-colored flames, the bunch of old fogies slowly recalled the past. They instantly understood Yi Xian's identity and origins. At that moment, there were more than 100 desolate supremacies that appeared in the surrounding void. As for the heavenly Tao realm experts, there were more than 10 of them. However, without exception, all of them stopped in the distant void 50 billion kilometers away from the nine-colored fireball as though they had agreed to it beforehand. With so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts powering the invisible pressure stacked together, the stellar domain's void was completely sealed. Since the other party was unable to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape, they were naturally in no hurry to immediately launch an attack. Dang, however, a part of the reason was that the cosmic violent ape that had transformed into a remnant was too powerful. Previously, they thought that it was at the 6th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, but now, they realized that it was at the 7th stage of the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. This was definitely the result of him breaking through another stage in a short period of time. It matched the rumors of his heaven-defying cultivation speed. Brain with these thoughts flashing through their minds, the desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts that were standing in the void 50 billion kilometers away instantly had their eyes turn red. They had only come for the heavenly Tao herb, but they never expected their prey to have so many treasures on him. After killing him, the spoils of war they would reap would clearly be more delightful. With this thought in mind, everyone subconsciously looked beyond the stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. The heavenly Tao's azure eye had previously hidden itself in the parallel void outside the stellar domain. It was a little further away, but it should have arrived by now, just what I wanted. Boom! Rumble. At that moment, there were shocking booms coming from every direction. There were more than 100 desolate supremacies that appeared in the void. As for the heavenly Tao realm experts, there were more than 10 of them. However, without exception, all of them stopped in the void 50 billion kilometers away from the nine-colored fireball as though they had agreed to it beforehand. With so many desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts powering the invisible pressure stacked together, the entire stellar domain's void was completely sealed. Counter as the other party was unable to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape, they were naturally in no hurry to attack. However, they were far from being a match for a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm in a one-on-one battle. Furthermore, with the infamous cosmic violent ape and the deterrence of the nine-colored fireball sea, all the gathered desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts subconsciously chose to handle the situation cautiously. No, to gain merit, one must first not make any mistakes. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, they subconsciously looked beyond the stellar domain of the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. The heavenly Tao's azure eye had previously hidden itself in the parallel void outside the stellar domain. It was a little further away, but it should have arrived by now. It was a heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th stage. It was also the only existence present that could suppress the cosmic violent ape in a head-on battle. They had to wait for it to descend before they could ensure that nothing unexpected happened. Rip. Rumble. At the same time, in the distant void outside the demon wolf forbidden land, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came. A huge crack appeared in the void, and the figure of the way of heaven of untainted land rushed out from it. The instant it saw the nine-colored fireball, the heavenly Tao's azure eye understood everything. In its fury, the azure eye emitted a soul-stirring roar as it shot forward. The void along the way collapsed as it was astonishingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, the heart of the heavenly Tao's azure eyes was filled with an incomparably boundless fury. It was him. Heavens! Milky Way Astral Lord Yi Xian. He had once wreaked havoc in the primordial chaos void as the cosmic violent ape. He had even plotted with the headless infant corpse, using its strength to tear apart the invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way. Following that, he sent the headless infant corpse to Yi Xian in the Milky Way. Back then, in the primordial chaos void, the heavenly Tao's azure eye had even briefly exchanged blows with him. Back then, his cultivation level had yet to reach the late-stage heavenly Tao realm of the 7th stage. He was only at the early-stage heavenly Tao realm. If not for the appearance of the void giant tortoise and the primordial yiksha, the heavenly Tao's azure eye would definitely not have stopped due to the terrifying power of the heaven-fallen Bao. He would have been able to kill the other party in one shot. Following that. After that, Yi Xian secretly returned to the primordial chaos world. Only then did the heavenly Tao's azure eye discover that he was the so-called master of the magic hole. But, everything was too late. The archbeast formed by the fusion of De of the Tianji clan and De of the machinery clan was possessed by him and fell into his hands. Following that, he fled the primordial chaos world, and the magic hall army under him did the same. All of them disappeared. Not long after today, it actually saw its old rival here. Furthermore, it was very likely that he was in control of some kind of heavenly Tao treasure. How could it not be angry? It had to be. It knew that in the primordial chaos world army under the heavenly Tao's azure eye, there were many existences at the level of primordial supremes and primordial supremes. However, there were not many existences that had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. There were only about a dozen of them. As for the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, he was able to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars of equal combat strength just because he grasped the Blood Sea mystic art. These were 3 powerful existences at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm. Together with the archbeast. Just the known heavenly Tao realm experts alone made the enemy camp have 4 of them. Back in the primordial chaos world, the heavenly Tao's azure eye did not think much of Yi Xian. Now that they met again, it realized that the other party had unknowingly possessed strength that could match it head-on. Even the factions under him were not much different. Considering the other party's monstrous rate of improvement, it deeply felt an intense threat at that moment. This child cannot be spared. This time, it had to eliminate him. If not, the next time they met, the other party might be at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm just like itself. This was extremely likely. At the very least, the heavenly Tao's azure eye knew that its cultivation speed was absolutely incomparable to the other party. Right. Fang's present late-stage heavenly Tao realm cultivation level at the 7th stage was raised through a bloodline mystic art. His true cultivation level was at the Desolate Supremacy realm. Breaking through at the Desolate Supremacy realm was much easier than breaking through at the heavenly Tao realm. Now, the other party was at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if the other party had condensed 3 Blood Sea avatars, as an 8th stage heavenly Tao, he could still suppress the other party in a head-on battle. However, if the next time they met, the other party's cultivation level had truly reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, once the 3 Blood Sea avatars were condensed, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in a 3-on-1 battle with the same strength. With these thoughts flashing through its mind, the heavenly Tao's azure eye's killing intent immediately reached an extreme. As the figure shot over from afar and approached with a rumble, its voice suddenly sounded, "Raging ape, it's indeed you. You won't be able to escape this time." Farmer God Cauldron, Sky Meteorite Bow, 9-colored Flame Sea, Blood Sea Mystic Art, and that heaven-defying bloodline divine power you possess that can raise an entire realm. This time, you have to hand them all over. Roar! Everyone, there's no need to worry. His true cultivation level is only at the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. As he grasps a heaven-defying bloodline divine power that can raise an entire realm, he possesses the strength of a 7th stage heavenly Tao. Midway through its sentence, the heavenly Tao's azure eye turned to look at the void to the right. After a slight pause, a green beam flashed in its eyes as the voice sounded again. It's you, sub-blood unicorn. You are a fire elemental connate ferocious beast. Charge into the sea of flames and self-destruct to blast a hole in the fireball. All it takes is an instant for us to charge in. When that happens, we will definitely use the 9-colored flame to reconstruct your true body. The sub-blood unicorn was the other of the 2 connate ferocious beasts provided by the void tortoise. The innate treasure in its body was called the heavenly jewel, and its attribute was fire. It was the source of fire that Yi Xian needed. Part of the reason why Xian didn't plan to leave for the time being was because of it. He originally planned to find the sub-blood unicorn after dealing with the black-marked demon wolf, but he didn't expect it to be here too. He could take advantage of this opportunity to obtain the heavenly jewel in its body, which was also the source of fire. This, naturally, he had to wait for the best opportunity to succeed. Yi Xian was currently thinking about this matter. But what he didn't expect was that the primeval heavens eye actually took the initiative to force the sub-blood unicorn to charge into the 9-colored flame sea, and promised to use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. If that was really the case, it couldn't be any better for Yi Xian. It could be said that it was exactly what he wanted. Yi Xian was originally planning to wait for the best opportunity to succeed in obtaining the heavenly jewel from the sub-blood unicorn, but what he didn't expect was that the primeval heavens eye actually took the initiative to force the sub-blood unicorn to charge into the 9-colored flame sea, and promised to use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. If that was really the case, it was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. The reason for this could only be said to be too much of a coincidence. The 9-colored flame sea was condensed from the farmer god's 9-colored flame. Even heavenly Tao realm experts didn't dare touch it casually. If they stayed in it for too long, they wouldn't even be able to protect their souls. The final outcome would be the destruction of their bodies and the death of their souls. But, however, the sub-blood unicorn was different. It was a fire elemental connate ferocious beast. Furthermore, its cultivation level had reached the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although it couldn't withstand the farmer god's 9-colored flames rampage, its immunity was definitely a lot stronger than other stellar beasts. If other ferocious beasts charged into the 9-colored flames sea and self-destructed, Soul God wouldn't be able to survive. However, it could. As long as it charged into the 9-colored flames sea and self-destructed, it would create a hole in the 9-colored flame sea. When that happened, the primeval heavens eye and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts would charge in through the hole. The outcome of the battle would be decided instantly. While, as a fire elemental connate ferocious beast, the sub-blood unicorn's soul would remain intact after its body self-destructed. Although, however, he had lost his physical body, but the heavenly Tao green eye had promised to reconstruct his true body with the Shinno 9-colored flames. This was the Shinno 9-colored flames, and if he could use this flame to reconstruct his physical body, his cultivation and strength would definitely soar by a large margin. Now, at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, it was extremely possible for a mid-stage heavenly Tao realm expert to instantly reach the 4th or 5th stage. Furthermore, with the present situation, it was likely impossible for it to do so even if it was unwilling. The heavenly Tao's eye and the other heavenly Tao realm experts would definitely not allow it to escape so easily. This was clearly a case of a duck being forced onto a perch. It had to be done regardless of whether it was done or not. The only difference was that if it was done by itself, it could still use the farmer god's 9-colored flame to reconstruct its true body. However, if it attempted to escape and was eventually captured before being forced to do so, there was probably no hope of reconstructing its true body. As such, even a fool would know what choice to make. Roar! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant inferior blood Kirin raised its head and let out a shocking roar. In an instant, boundless red flames surged out of its body and enveloped its entire body in the blink of an eye. Shortly after, the red flames burst out of its body. In just a few seconds, the sub-blood unicorn's figure was no longer visible. It was enveloped by the scarlet flames as though it was a gigantic scarlet sun. Rumble, at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. This enormous crimson sun suddenly shot forward, burning the void of the universe to the point of collapse. Its speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the nine-colored fireball that was billions of kilometers in diameter. At that moment, the massive demonic wolf Forbidden Zone fell silent. More than 100 supremes of primordial and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts gathered in the void, including the primeval Heaven's Eye, held their breaths. Among them, the beasts with the strongest cultivation levels that had reached the heavenly Tao realm were prepared. As long as the fireball that resembled a gigantic sun struck the nine-colored fireball, even if it was just a tiny crack, they would immediately shoot forward. Once they entered the nine-colored fireball, they would join forces to kill the ferocious ape hidden inside the fireball. Shoo! However, the expected heaven-shaking collision did not occur. Along with a muffled rumble and an incomparably sharp sound of air being torn apart, this gigantic crimson fireball directly charged into the nine-colored fireball without causing the slightest ripple, let alone the so-called huge collision. This, it was naturally the result of Yi Xian's meticulous control. With his present cultivation level and strength, his control over the nine-colored fireball had already reached the microscopic level. 10,000. The instant the scarlet fireball came into contact with the nine-colored fireball's wall, Yi Xian conjured the Shenong nine-colored flames to open up a gap that allowed the fireball to pass through. Tight following that, as the scarlet fireball charged into the nine-colored fireball, the gap closed up as it entered. In a blink of an eye, in less than a tenth of a second, the gigantic fireball formed by the sub-blood unicorn had vanished. It had entered the nine-colored fireball, and during this process, the nine-colored fireball did not stir at all. It was completely calm. Upon seeing this scene, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the void, including primeval Heaven's Eye, were dumbfounded. However, they did not think too much about it. From their point of view, as long as the sub-blood unicorn charged into the nine-colored fireball, the outcome would be the same. Once it self-destructed, the nine-colored fireball was bound to produce a shockwave. When that happened, as long as there was a tiny crack, they could charge in. At that moment, more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts, including primeval Heaven's Eye, were secretly prepared to charge out, inside the nine-colored fireball. Yi Xian was aware of everything happening in the outside world. Just, the instant primeval Heaven's Eye turned to look at the sub-blood unicorn, he was pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the Blood Sea Mystic technique, splash. In an instant, his figure disappeared, but there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void where he originally stood. Yi Xian's entire body collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped a corner of the void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and fierce howls. In the shocking sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. Split it was not a body of flesh and blood, but it was a cosmic berserk ape. Ether. As for the skeletal body, it did not have any flesh or blood. It was just a purplish gold skeleton that exuded a boundless aura of ferocity. It was extremely ferocious. Finally, there was the black fog body. Although it was in the form of a berserk ape, its body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple beams of light. It appeared extremely strange. Everything happened in a few seconds. At that moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were all at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. These were 3 powerful late-stage heavenly Tao realm existences. However, and this was not the end, as the 3 blood sea avatars condensed, the skeleton avatar flipped its right hand, and the Shannon cauldron instantly appeared. The skeleton avatar held one of the cauldron's legs and twisted it. At the same time, the big-headed black club silently appeared in the black fog avatar's hand. As for the berserk ape, it clenched its right fist as its knuckles cracked like thunder. Blinking, in a blink of an eye, the 3 blood sea avatars condensed into skeletons. The skeleton avatar flipped its right hand, and the Shannon cauldron instantly appeared. The skeleton avatar held one of the cauldron's legs and twisted it. At the same time, the big-headed black club silently appeared in the black fog avatar's hand. As for the berserk ape, it clenched its right fist as its knuckles cracked like thunder. After all of this was done, the 3 blood sea avatars simultaneously turned to look outside. At that moment, the sub-unicorn's body surged with towering crimson flames. It transformed into a gigantic crimson fireball that was 100,000 feet wide as it charged at the 9-colored fireball. Yi Xian instantly calculated the sub-unicorn's charging point. The 3 blood sea avatars moved in unison as they waited silently inside the 9-colored fireball in a 3-legged formation. They were waiting for the opportunity to strike. As for the skeleton avatar and the black fog avatar, they had already raised the Shannon cauldron and the big-headed black club high above their heads. The berserk ape was also prepared. The moment the sub-unicorn charged in, they would instantly unleash a barrage of attacks. Their only goal was to kill in one strike. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp sound broke through the air as a gigantic crimson fireball perfectly penetrated the 9-colored fireball's flame wall without leaving any gaps. In the blink of an eye, it entered the 9-colored fireball's interior. This situation not only surprised Primeval Heaven's Eye and the others outside, but even the sub-unicorn, who had transformed into a gigantic crimson fireball, did not expect this. Originally, he had already prepared to self-destruct at the moment of impact, leaving only his heavenly jewels to protect his divine soul. However, the expected impact did not occur. He had clearly rushed to the 9-colored fireball's flame wall, but as if there was nothing there, he directly entered the 9-colored fireball's interior, and in front of him, to his left, and in front of him, 3 figures were waiting for him. Their eyes were glowing as they stared at him. It was obvious that they had been waiting for a long time. Hiss! In the next moment, the sub-unicorn's heart trembled. He let out a terrifying roar and turned around to escape. Originally, he had already prepared to self-destruct, but this action was completely a conditioned reflex. Anyone who suddenly encountered such an accident would probably have such a subconscious reaction. The cultivation auras emanating from the 3 figures were just too terrifying. All of them were at the late-stage heavenly Tao realm at the 7th stage. Weren't you going to self-destruct? Why are you escaping again? Do you still think you can escape at this point in time? Since you are here, This Highness shall send you on your way. Upon seeing this scene, the 3 blood sea avatars immediately sneered. A voice transmission was transmitted as they suddenly attacked at the same time. Bam! What happened next was without any suspense. Everything happened too quickly. Bao Yuan threw a punch, and the skeleton doppelganger smashed the Shannon cauldron to the ground. The black mist doppelganger also swung the big-headed black cudgel high above its head. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out. Although the sub-unicorn was at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to withstand the terrifying strength of a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert at the 7th stage. Of course, if it were a head-on battle, he could at least last a few seconds. After all, none of the heavenly Tao realm experts were simple. But, now, he had no intention of resisting at all. All he wanted to do was instinctively turn around and flee. Again, in addition, everything happened too suddenly, so he was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to react. He only opened his mouth slightly, and before the earth-shattering roar from his mouth finished, a majestic and shocking power had already rushed into his body. 1. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying force had already wreaked havoc in his body. Under the crimson flames, the sub-unicorn's entire body exploded, turning into a rapidly spreading crimson blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. In the crimson blood mist, there was a dark red bead the size of a human head. It was the blood-patterned heavenly bead in the sub-unicorn's body, the connate fire essence. Phew, whoosh. Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind howled. An incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist formed by the explosion of the quasi-blood Kirin's huge body and absorbing it into Bao Yuan's body. At the same time, the heavenly bead the size of a human head shot over. After Bao Yuan played with it a few times, he flipped his hand and put it away. Finally. With that, everything was settled. The number of heavenly Dao blood essences that Yi Xian had obtained from lightly killing a heavenly Dao realm expert had already reached 6. Now that the blood Qilin had been killed, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had reached 7. In addition, he had already grasped 4 of the 5 elements medicinal catalysts. 4 heavenly velvet fragments. Heaven's 4 pills. Heaven's 1 eye. Heaven's 1 bead. Most all that was left was the water essence. This could only be slowly searched for because Yi Xian did not know where to find a water-attributed connate ferocious beast above the desolate supremacy realm. However, although he had unexpectedly obtained the heavenly eye and heavenly bead after descending into the demonic wolf forbidden land, everything was far from over. 9 outside the fireball, in the void hundreds of billions of kilometers away, more than 100 desolate supremacy old monsters and more than 10 powerful heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts were standing guard. The powers in their bodies were pushed to their limits, transforming into an invisible suppressive force that enveloped the void. Under the stacking of the suppressive force, the void seemed to be completely sealed. Not only was teleportation impossible, there was no way to use bloodline mystic arts or divine powers to escape. Even the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title of Yi Xian's devouring system could not be activated. It was successfully activated. Faced with such a predicament, the only way for Yi Xian to escape was to use his own strength to forcefully carve out a bloody path. In the past, he might not have had this ability, but it was different now. With the 9th transformation of the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline divine power, his strongest combat strength had reached the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. This, however, with his late-stage heavenly Dao realm cultivation level and his 3 blood sea avatars, he was confident that he could carve out a bloody path and escape. Brain all of this flashed through Bao Yuan's mind as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned and looked into the distance beyond the fireball. Outside the 9-colored fireball, in the demonic wolf forbidden land's void, the instant the blood Qilin's 100,000-foot fireball entered the 9-colored fireball, the 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Dao realm experts waiting in the void around the 9-colored fireball felt their hearts in their throats. They were waiting for an astounding boom. This earth-shattering explosion represented the self-destruction of the quasi-blood Kirin. He was a powerful existence at the 3rd stage of the heavenly Dao realm. By self-destructing after entering the fireball, the effects were clearly better. It would definitely cause the 9-colored fireball that sealed off the void for hundreds of billions of kilometers to instantly produce astounding waves. When that happened, as long as a tiny gap appeared, more than 10 heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts, led by primeval Heaven's Eye, would charge in at the same time. Following that, they would join forces to finish off their opponent. Even if they did not die, they would be heavily injured or on the brink of death. Chapter 5090. Outside the 9-colored fireball, in the demonic wolf forbidden land star domains void, the 100+ desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts waiting in the void around the 9-colored fireball had their hearts in their throats at the instant the sub-blood unicorn charged into the 9-colored fireball. They were waiting for an astounding boom. When that happened, a crack would appear in the 9-colored fireball. With the primeval heaven's eye as the core, the heavenly Tao realm beasts would charge forward at that instant and instantly charge in to join forces for a strike. However, the expected explosion did not appear. After the sub-blood unicorn charged into the 9-colored fireball, the next thing that came out was an astounding howl. Screech. The howl sounded alarming as it exuded boundless horror and panic. It was clearly the sub-blood unicorn's voice. Everyone's bodies trembled as they realized that something was amiss. However, there was no sound coming from the 9-colored fireball after the violent howl. This outcome left the 100+ desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were gathered in the distant void flabbergasted. Faced as they looked at each other, they were momentarily at a loss. That was it. Even the primeval heaven's eye was the same. Its gigantic vertical eye shimmered with an azure light, but it did not move at all. Nor did it send out a voice transmission. At that moment, everyone was secretly guessing what the sub-blood unicorn had experienced after charging into the 9-colored fireball. Was it still alive? 9 inside the 9-colored fireball, roar. At that moment, the raging ape suddenly raised its head and roared angrily. Yi Xian directly activated the ultimate form of the 9 Devil Ape Transformation's bloodline divine power, which was the Devil Ape True Body. As the angry roar sounded, the powers in the 3 Blood Sea avatars instantly surged. Their auras were like a raging river roaring as their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity. There was also a terrifying lifeblood force that surged out from the 3 bodies. Suddenly in an instant, the 3 massive bodies rapidly closed in. In just half a second, their backs fused together. Here at that moment, the 3 Blood Sea clones disappeared and turned into the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. The body of flesh, bones, and black fog merged into one body. Wang! All of a sudden, scorching purple golden light burst out of the eyes of the skeleton, and a mysterious aura spread out like a raging river. In the next instant, the skeleton raised its left arm. The empty palm of its left hand suddenly shone with golden light, and a golden bow in the form of energy appeared in its left hand. Big, the shape of the bow was simple and ferocious. In the middle of the palm was a 2-headed strange beast. In the mouth of the ferocious beast facing up and down, there were 2 human-shaped spirit creatures biting the legs of 2 humanoid creatures. All of them opened their mouths wide in anger, as if they were roaring. A bowstring made of countless fine golden threads was connected to the mouths of these 2 humanoid creatures. It was the most powerful magical ability of the desolate ancient Yiksha, the heaven-falling bow. The left hand of the body of flesh and blood was holding one of the legs of the Shinnon cauldron, like a seal that flipped the sky. The right hand was holding the big-headed black stick that was transformed from the Shinnon medicinal pestle. The black fog body hadn't moved yet, but there was also a cold light flashing in its eyes. Obviously, it had its own means, but it hadn't shown them yet. Next in an instant, Yi Xian's extremely cold voice came from the mouth of the violent ape. Didn't you want to kill me? In that case, today I will, do as you wish. Boom. Rumble, Walala. As soon as the voice of the ape's divine sense faded, the huge fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, which covered an area of billions of miles, suddenly began to shake violently. Holding after the incessant rumbling of thunder, there was a strange sound that resembled a monstrous wave. The huge flame ball collapsed, transforming into a majestic 9-colored flame sea. It was extremely soul-like as it shot towards the Fian celestial-like devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. During this process, the 9-colored flame sea that blotted out the sky rapidly changed form. Half a second later, when it arrived in front of the devil ape, it had transformed into a 9-colored ribbon that was 5 billion kilometers long. Swoosh! At that moment, Yi Xian, who was protected by the nine-colored flame ball, seemed to be completely exposed to the outside world in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the 100 over desolate venerable old monsters and the dozen or so heavenly Dao realm ferocious beasts that were surrounded by the desolate heavenly Dao's green eyes suddenly saw the nine-colored fireball collapse. Yi Xian's figure appeared, and they were caught off guard. For a moment, they were all stunned. Now they knew that the mysterious young expert was actually the transformation of the cosmic violent ape that had wreaked havoc on the right bank of the Milky Way. Before the nine-colored flame ball collapsed, they had also guessed the form of the existence hidden inside the flame ball. Would it still maintain the appearance of the mysterious expert, or would it simply tear off the disguise and restore the original appearance of the cosmic violent ape? However, they would never have imagined that when the nine-colored fireball collapsed and the existence hidden within it revealed itself, such a scene would unfold in front of them. How was this a cosmic violent ape? It was clearly a three-headed, six-armed demonic ape. Back then, Xian had only obtained the bloodline of the ancient ape demons. The primordial era was still after the primordial era, so the bloodline of the ancient ape demons was not too powerful. At least, it was incomparable to the connate beasts in the primordial void. But now, it was different from the past. With Yi Xian's growth, the ancient ape demon's bloodline in his body was also gradually reverting to its ancestral form. Now, it had completed the reverting to its ancient form. The three-headed, six-armed ferocious form he now displayed was no longer that of the ancient ape demons, but one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods born in this chaos epoch, the chaos demon ape. Although there was still a slight gap, as Yi Xian's cultivation had not truly entered the heavenly Dao realm. He was still only a sixth-ranked desolate venerable, but the gap was not far. Yi Xian, when he activated the strongest form of the ancient ape demon's bloodline and manifested the true form of the three-headed, six-armed ancient ape demons, the aura emanating from his body definitely exceeded that of the typical connate ferocious beast. These so-called connate ferocious beasts were only descendants of the chaos demon gods. Now, Yi Xian had almost reverted the ancient ape demon's bloodline to the level of a chaos demon ape. Clearly, it was even more ancient and exuded an extremely dense chaos intent. What was even more terrifying was that the true form of the ancient ape demons was not just unarmed. The skeleton avatar had conjured the primordial Yiksha's most powerful divine ability, the heaven-falling bow. Black the Mist avatar had the nine-colored ribbons of the nine-colored sea of flames around it. It could transform into an agile colorful python and charge out at any time. As for the flesh avatar, it had the farmer god cauldron in its left hand and the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. These were the most primordial treasures of the primordial era in the primordial world. When all of this was put together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was momentarily dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a long time. Whoosh, as the nine-colored fireball collapsed, Yi Xian, who was originally protected by the fireball, was completely exposed to the outside world in the blink of an eye. However, he was currently in his strongest form, the true form of the ancient ape demons. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it was extremely ferocious. Black Cudgel the skeleton avatar had conjured the primordial Yiksha's most powerful divine ability, the heaven-falling bow. Black the Mist avatar had the 9-colored ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames around it. It could transform into an agile colorful python and charge out at any time. As for the flesh avatar, it had the farmer god cauldron in its left hand and the big-headed black cudgel in its right hand. When all of this was put together, it was simply despairing. In the distant void, even the primeval heavens, I was momentarily dumbfounded. It stared blankly at Yi Xian, speechless for a long time. At that moment, although Yi Xian's cultivation level was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm in his 3-headed, 6-armed form, he was definitely one of the strongest existences at the 7th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. He was not much weaker than a true 8th stage expert. After all, the ancient ape demon's three-headed, six-armed form was clearly a combination of three powerful seventh-stage heavenly Tao existences. Furthermore, as the three of them were one, their backs fused together. This combination was even more compact and seamless. It was definitely not as simple as facing three ordinary seventh-stage heavenly Tao existences at the same time. Therefore, even though there were so many experts present, there wasn't a single person who had the strength to fight the current Yi Xian. Other than the primordial heavenly Tao Green Eyes, who was in existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao, there was no one else. In fact, even the heavenly Taos I might not dare to casually charge forward and fight Yi Xian head-on. For example, the present Yi Xian was a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not much weaker than the primeval Heaven's Eye. If the primeval Heaven's Eye were to charge forward, be it its physical body or its black fog avatar, it would be able to resist him head-on. First, once the battle began, as long as the primeval Heaven's Eye was careless, the skeleton avatar wielding the heaven-falling bow would attack and kill it with one arrow. At such a close distance, with the skeleton avatar waiting for an opportunity to strike, it was nearly impossible for him to avoid it. He would definitely end up heavily injured even if he didn't die. In other words, even if the primeval Heaven's Eye were to charge forward, it would be impossible for him to fully immerse himself in the battle. Be it a head-on battle with the black fog avatar or the physical body, he would have to divert his attention to pay attention to the skeleton avatar. For example, as such, although he had a cultivation level at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, he was unable to fully immerse himself in the battle. The combat strength he displayed was about the same as a 7th stage heavenly Tao. This, under such circumstances, a head-on battle between the heavenly Tao's eye and the black fog avatar or the physical body would be meaningless. They would only be evenly matched and would not be able to achieve anything. All they could do was restrain Yi Xian. Furthermore, it was only to restrain the black fog avatar or the physical body. All of this happened like a flash of lightning as it flashed through the heavenly Tao's eye's mind. Instantly, an azure beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. Although it wished to immediately charge forward and suppress Yi Xian, it knew that it was meaningless. Therefore, the primeval Heaven's Eye could only temporarily suppress its urge to attack. It remained standing 500 million kilometers away and did not immediately launch an attack. Roar. Didn't all of you want to fight? Then let's fight. At that moment, the three blood sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. An astounding roar resounded as the void trembled. The 100-plus desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were standing around a distance of 50 billion kilometers were dumbfounded. It was too powerful and valiant. Even the strongest one present, the primeval Heaven's Eye who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, did not dare step forward. What could they do? However, if they were to disperse and allow the demonic ape to leave so easily, they would feel extremely indignant. Furthermore, they would feel their cheeks burn. It was too embarrassing. More than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts were besieging a single person. Yet, no one dared to take action, allowing the other party to leave in an extremely arrogant manner. If news of this matter were to spread, all the masters present today would lose face, and this demonic ape's ferocious reputation would be even more shocking. In the future, it would simply be an existence that would run amok on both sides of the Milky Way. Boom! Rumble. Just as the roar faded, the three-headed, six-armed Yi Xian, who was 5 million kilometers in size and had a ferocious appearance like a supreme fiend celestial, instantly moved. This void was now sealed by the invisible pressure of more than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts. It was impossible to teleport. However, he was a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His speed was too fast as his massive body instantly shot forward like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of a 7th stage desolate supremacy. Screech. Fong was completely caught off guard. On the one hand, he never expected the demonic ape to be so ferocious and valiant. He actually took the initiative to attack despite fighting more than 100 people. On the other hand, he never expected to be so unlucky. More than 100 figures had besieged the demonic ape, but the first target he chose was him. With a drastic change in expression, the 7th stage Desolate Supremacy immediately let out a ruthless roar. Without any hesitation, he turned tail and ran. But, unfortunately, it was still too late. Pang, there was no suspense in the next scene. Everything happened too quickly. As the figure approached, the body of flesh and blood attacked, swinging the big-headed black cudgel high above his head. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering rumble resounded. The beast was only a 7th stage Desolate Supremacy. Against the terrifying power of a 7th stage late-stage Heavenly Tao realm, he was an entire realm away. There was no way he could withstand it. Don't. If he said that he no longer had any fighting spirit, he would turn tail and flee. Even in a head-on battle, he would not be able to last more than one round. Caught off guard, the 7th stage Desolate Supremacy did not even have the time to react. All it did was open its mouth slightly. Before the heaven-shattering roar was over, a majestic power rushed into its body. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying power had already wreaked havoc in its body. With a bang, the 7th stage Desolate Supremacy's body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Phew, phew. Without any hesitation, the body of black fog waved its hand. A gust of wind whistled, and an incomparably majestic power whizzed out, sweeping up the blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the huge body and sucking it into the body. Everything seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a few seconds. In less than 2 breaths, a 7th stage Desolate Supremacy astral beast was gone. Such a powerful existence was killed in an instant. This was clearly the rhythm of one cudgel strike after another. It left the surrounding experts dumbfounded. For a moment, all of them fell into a daze. Come on, why are you all dumbfounded? Didn't you want to kill this lord? Now that you are being killed, you don't even dare to resist. Roar! At this moment, the demonic ape's arrogant provocation sounded again. After a roar, it immediately charged to the right. Chapter 5091. Come on, why are all of you in a daze? Didn't you want to kill me? Now that you are being killed, you don't even dare to resist. Roar! As it attacked, it easily killed a Class 7 ferocious beast with a single strike. The demonic ape's arrogant provocation sounded once again. With a furious roar, it instantly charged to the right. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding 100+ Desolate Supremacies and more than 10 Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts trembled. Their expressions turned gloomy as voice transmissions sounded instantly. What do we do? This devil ape is using its divine might to kill without restraint. How can we endure this? More than 100 Desolate Supremacies and more than 10 Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts besieged one person, but no one dared to take action. If he were to be allowed to leave so arrogantly, once this matter spreads, all the experts present today will lose face. And this demonic ape's ferocious reputation will be even more astounding. In the future, he will be able to roam the 2 sides of the Milky Way without fear. He will be an existence feared by all. This is absolutely unacceptable. Regardless, fellow Taoists, do not retreat. Fight in a roundabout manner and wait for an opportunity to strike. Roar. I can't accept it. It's just too aggrieving. As these angry roars and exclamations sounded, the 100+ experts gathered in the distant void subconsciously looked at the primeval heaven's eye. They had no way of resisting the ferocious demonic ape head-on. The only way was to let the primeval heaven's eye charge forward. However, the latter clearly did not have such intentions. That would be disadvantageous to him and would not be of much use. Furthermore, even if the devil ape rushed out, its skeleton body, which was holding the heaven-falling bow, was still facing him. Its pair of purplish gold eyes stared intently at him and locked onto his aura, causing the primordial heavenly Tao's green eyes to not dare to act rashly. When this scene landed in the eyes of the various experts, they were immediately displeased. This heavenly Tao green eye from the primeval desolate forbidden land was too unkind. He had previously promised to use the 9-colored divine flames to reconstruct the sub-blood unicorn's true body. But now that the sub-blood unicorn had completely fallen, this guy had managed to kill a powerful level 3 heavenly Tao being with just a few words, yet he acted as if nothing had happened. He clearly had the strength to face the demonic ape head-on, yet he had been biding his time all this while. He was simply shameless to the point that it made one want to vomit blood. However, the battle was still ongoing, and they were still hoping that the primeval heavens I would be able to suppress the devilish ape. Furthermore, their cultivation bases were inferior to the devilish apes, so they didn't dare to voice their displeasure. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, the demonic ape that was charging to the right had already locked onto its second target. This time, it was a member of the heavenly Tao realm beasts. In fact, although there were more than 100 desolate supremacies gathered around them, they posed no threat to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's goal was to kill the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm experts. Even if he only killed half of them, it was enough to remove the seal on the void. This was necessary. If the seal on the void was not removed, Yi Xian would not be able to teleport or use the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body to escape. If that were to happen, he could only traverse the void, but the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm experts would be tailing him like a tail. This was definitely not a solution to the problem. Therefore, his only choice was to kill more than half of the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm beasts. That would be enough to remove the seal on the void caused by the layers of invisible pressure. However, his goal couldn't be too obvious, or he would force the dozen or so heavenly Tao realm beasts to grit their teeth and attack at the same time. Although Yi Xian wasn't afraid, he would be caught off guard and end up in a fluster. Therefore, he would only charge at one desolate supremacy each time. Then, after killing it, he would charge at a nearby heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast. In this manner, he would unknowingly devour more than 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts. Suitable. Although the first target he chose was a 7th-order desolate supremacy, it was in fact just a transition. Yi Xian's true target was the 2nd-order heavenly Tao realm beast that was not far from the 7th-order desolate supremacy. At this moment, as his figure approached, the powerful ferocious beast at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm instantly frowned. It didn't hesitate or turn around. Almost at the instant Yi Xian was about to approach, it had already started to retreat. It was clearly trying to maintain a safe distance from Yi Xian, but this goal was impossible for Yi Xian to achieve. Since it had targeted him, how was it to carry out the rest if it couldn't even kill the first heavenly Tao realm beast? With these thoughts flashing through its mind, the eyes of the physical body flashed as it immediately attacked. Phew! An extremely sharp sound tore through the air as the 9-colored ribbons that coiled around the black fog avatar charged out. It was like a 9-colored python chasing after a soul. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Xian. The powerful 2nd-stage heavenly Tao realm beast was caught off guard as its expression changed drastically. Just as it was about to flee, it suddenly realized that the 9-colored ribbons were already behind it. They spread out and instantly sealed off both sides of its path of retreat. And at that moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape charged straight at it. It was already in front of it, so it had no choice but to face it head-on, or, in an instant, a moment of carelessness landed him in danger. And in the distant void, the primordial heavenly Tao Azuride, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, had no intention of saving him. This scene infuriated the Class 2 beast as it raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Almost at the same time, the demonic ape had already arrived in front of it. Its physical body spread out its arms, and Shannon Cauldron's big-headed black pole was raised high. The black fog avatar also conjured the 9-colored ribbons to sweep out from the left and right, bang. When faced with such a level of attack, there was clearly no suspense about what would happen next. Soon, as the fleshly body and the black fog avatar attacked, an astounding boom sounded. Although the beast was at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, it was facing two late-stage Heavenly Tao realm experts at the seventh stage. Again, coupled with the terrifying might of Shannon Cauldron, the big-headed black pole, and the nine-colored sea of flames, it was impossible for it to resist. Caught off guard, before the second-order beast could finish its shocking roar, a majestic force had already surged into its body. In an instant, several terrifying forces wreaked havoc in its body. With a loud bang, the second-order beast's entire body exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading crimson blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Phew, phew. In the blink of an eye, the body of black fog waved its hand again, and a gust of wind whistled through the air. An incomparably majestic force whizzed through the air, and the blood mist that was formed from the explosion of the body was swept over. It was too fast. In just 3 seconds, another powerful existence had perished. This time, it wasn't even Elder Free Kwang Zun, but a Heavenly Tao realm expert. The demonic ape was so ferocious and ruthless that it instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a dead silence. In just 3 seconds, another powerful existence had perished. This time, it wasn't even Elder Free Kwang Zun, but a Heavenly Tao realm expert. The demonic ape was so ferocious and ruthless that it instantly caused the surrounding void to fall into a dead silence. It was too fast. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the demonic ape attacked. In that time, 2 powerful existences had perished. Ignoring the galactic beasts gathered in the surrounding void, even Yi Xian felt a sense of satisfaction at that moment. This was because to him, this wasn't a simple slaughter. Just a few moments ago, he had gained quite a bit. Desolation. As for the Supremacy Blood Essence, he originally only had 1 left, but now, he had 2 more. While, Heavenly Tao Blood Essence, he previously had 7, but now, he had 8. If he were to continue killing, the Heavenly Tao Blood Essence he had would soon exceed 10. As for the Desolation Supremacy Blood Essence, he had already expended all of it. If nothing unexpected happened, he could quickly accumulate dozens of them. Although the 5 elements medicinal catalyst was too precious, and he still had 35 level, 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pills that he had just refined, there was no need for him to refine a second cauldron of them. However, the effects of consuming these Desolation Supremacy Blood Essence as cultivation resources were rather astonishing. It was definitely worth it. From the looks of it, the final outcome of being surrounded might be a blessing in disguise. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the killing intent in Yi Xian's heart was aroused. Previously, he was still thinking of ways to break through the invisible sealing force of the void and then use teleportation or the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape. But now, Yi Xian was more inclined to stay behind and fight the battle. He wanted to harvest as many Desolation Supremacy Blood Essence and Heavenly Tao Blood Essence as possible. Roar. Roar. This time, he couldn't even be bothered to transmit his voice with his spiritual perception. The 3 Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. Following that, their bodies flashed as they transformed into beams of light that charged forward. Screech. Screech. In this direction, a powerful Heavenly Tao realm beast and 8 Desolation Supremacies instantly turned vigilant. They had already learned their lesson from the 2 previous mistakes. If they were not vigilant now, they would be courting death. Almost at the instant the fiend ape shot in this direction, the expressions of the dozen or so astral beasts changed drastically. As they raised their heads and roared, the strength in their bodies was instantly pushed to the limits. They did not flee in one direction, but instead scattered in all directions. There would eventually be one unlucky one. As they had just killed a powerful Heavenly Tao realm existence, if they were to continue attacking Heavenly Tao realm existences, they would probably be alerted. Test with this in mind, Yi Xian locked onto a Desolation Supremacy. Its cultivation level was not too high, only at the 4th stage of the Desolation Supremacy realm. Today, he was already at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Compared to a 4th stage Desolation Supremacy, he was more than an entire realm weaker. They were existences on completely different levels. Whoosh! Rumble! A sharp sound tore through the air as the fiend ape's figure flashed through the void. Its speed was so fast that it caused the void to rumble with thunder. In less than 2 seconds, it had already caught up. It was hundreds of millions of kilometers behind the 4th stage Desolation Supremacy. With some hesitation, the body of flesh and blood instantly attacked. The big-headed black club was raised high above its head and smashed out. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a majestic force surged into the other party's body. In an instant, it wreaked havoc. With a bang, the ferocious beast's entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread, enveloping a corner of the void. Following that, the black fog body waved its hand, and an invisibly majestic force surged out. It swept up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the gigantic body and absorbed it into its body. This was not the end, because more than 2 billion kilometers to the right, there was another Desolation Supremacy. This distance was also within the fiend ape's attack range. Screech! Bang! Almost at the same instant the body of flesh and blood raised the big-headed black club in its right hand and smashed it down. The black fog avatar had already made its move. Separated by about 2 billion kilometers, a cold light flashed in its eyes as it punched out with all its might. Feeling an unprecedented shadow of death shrouding its divine soul, the fleeing desolate sovereign old monster was so scared that its body trembled violently, and it subconsciously let out an earth-shattering roar. However, it was already too late. An earth-shattering explosion instantly resounded. His huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Similarly, he didn't manage to escape the black fog's attack. He was swept over and absorbed into the black fog's body. In the blink of an eye, another 2 Desolation Supremacies were killed. As a result, the number of Desolation Supremacy blood essences in Yi Xian's hands increased to 4. When all of this landed in the eyes of the surrounding Desolation Supremacies and the dozen or so Heavenly Tao realm experts, it had already sent chills down their spines. How were they to fight? If they continued to stay here, could it be that they would be killed one by this incomparably powerful and incomparably ferocious devil ape? Such a scene was just too embarrassing. It was 1 against more than 100, yet it was still slaughtering its way through. It was as though no one was there. It left them ashamed. How could they endure this? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the Heavenly Tao realm existences that were surrounded by the beasts instantly spoke out. Deep and resentful spiritual voice resounded. As for the 100+ Desolation Supremacies, they did not have the right to speak under such circumstances. Fellow Taoists, we can't continue like this. If not, the final outcome will clearly be us being defeated by him one by one. That's right. In a short period of time, 4 fellow Taoists have perished. One of them is even a powerful Heavenly Tao realm existence. We can't drag this on any longer, fellow Taoist Azure Eye. Among the dozen or so Heavenly Tao realm experts present, only you can hold him back. If today's matter is to continue, this mission can only be left to you. It was clearly the rhythm of forcing Primeval Heaven's Eye to abdicate. Instantly, all eyes were directed at Primeval Heaven's Eye. Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as his expression instantly turned gloomy. And if nothing unexpected happened, ignoring the 100+ Desolation Supremacies, at the very least, the dozen or so powerful Heavenly Tao realm beasts would definitely join forces. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Before they reached an agreement, he would kill as many as he could. Phew, boom. Rumble, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, the fiend ape no longer hesitated. He pushed the strength in his body to its limits and instantly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside a 3rd stage Heavenly Tao. Without any hesitation, the big-headed black club and Shinnon cauldron smashed out. Apart from that, the black fog avatar also threw out a punch, and the nine-colored ribbon that was originally wrapped around its huge body also shot out like a spirit snake. In a flash, it sealed off the escape routes behind and to the left and right of this third-stage heavenly wielder. Rumble, faced with more than 10 heavenly Dao realm experts about to join forces, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He decided to attack without any scruples. He would kill as many as he could. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the side of a rank 3 heavenly Dao and attacked with all his might. In the next moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, causing the space to rumble with thunder. In less than 2 breaths of time, he had already caught up, and was about 100 million kilometers away from Ji Biao. The next moment, the body of flesh and blood attacked. The Shinnon cauldron and the big-headed black club were raised high above their heads and blasted out, bang. A majestic force surged into the other party's body, wreaking havoc in an instant. With a bang, the beast's entire body exploded, transforming into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist that enveloped a corner of the void. Following that, the black fog avatar waved its hand as a majestic force whizzed out. It swept up the blood mist from the massive body and absorbed it into its body. It was too fast. The third-stage heavenly Dao had never expected Yi Xian to attack at that moment. By the time it realized that something was amiss, it was already too late. Its escape routes had already been sealed off. And with its strength alone, there was no way it could withstand the full-powered strike of 2 late-stage 7th-stage heavenly Dao realm experts. Furthermore, there was the augmentation of the Shinnon cauldron and the big-headed black club. Instantly, Yi Xian obtained another heavenly Dao blood essence. He now had 9 in his possession and was about to break through 10. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the 3 blood sea avatars. They turned to look at the other heavenly Dao realm expert on the left. Screech. Qin Yan, aren't you going to say anything? If that's the case, we will disperse. We don't wish to stay here and ask a tiger for its skin. Sensing Yi Xian's aura lock onto him, coupled with the fact that he'd personally witnessed the other Tier 3 Heavenly Dao being instantly killed, the Tier 4 Heavenly Dao was so scared that he raised his head and let out a violent howl. With a flash of his body, he directly dodged in another direction. At that moment, more than 10 Heavenly Dao realm experts in the surroundings turned vigilant. As they retreated, they tried their best to open up a distance from Yi Xian. At the same time, they glared at the primeval heaven's eye with a penetrating gaze. In a short period of time, they had already lost 3 desolate supremacies and 2 powerful heavenly Dao realm existences. If the primeval heavens did not say anything or take action, the dozen-plus heavenly Dao realm experts and nearly 100 desolate supremacies would likely disperse. Counter it was precisely because there was nothing they could do even if they stayed. If they did not leave, were they really going to stay here and be killed by the demonic ape one by one? So what if we restrain it from the front? Don't tell me you can still take the opportunity to heavily injure it. Right at this moment, the extremely low voice of the primeval heavens Dao Qin Yan resounded with his divine sense, and it revealed a wisp of disdain. There are still 12 of you. Even if you attack at the same time, at least 2 of you will need to detonate yourselves in order to instantly heavily injure him. If 2 of you agree to this matter, I'll take action with all of you. From the front, we will restrain it. Upon saying that, the primeval heavens changed the topic. After a slight pause, it continued, of course, the 2 fellow Taoists who self-destruct will each get 10% of the spoils. In addition, I'll help him reconstruct his true body with the 9-colored divine flames. Silence. There was a deathly silence. Such a suggestion was indeed the most effective. 10% of the spoils and the reconstruction of his true body with the 9-colored divine flames was extremely tempting. However, the 12 heavenly Dao realm experts were still somewhat hesitant. After all, there was a precedent. That was how the sub-blood unicorn was tricked. Roar. I'm going for broke. This time, I won't be charging into the fireball alone. All the Heavenly Tao Realm experts will attack at the same time. I'm willing to self-destruct. Count me in. This time, we have to heavily injure this demonic ape. After a brief moment of hesitation, 2 of the 12 Heavenly Tao Realm experts finally made up their minds. They gritted their teeth and sent out a voice transmission. If that's the case, everyone, prepare yourselves. Screech. With the promise made, the primeval heavens I no longer hesitated. As the voice transmission sounded, a green beam flashed in its gigantic vertical eye. Its body that resembled a star instantly transformed into a beam of light that shot towards Yi Xian. Same as at this moment, there were 12 figures among the hundreds of figures that were waiting around in the void. They were none other than the 12 Heavenly Tao Realm experts present. At that moment, they had gathered from every direction. Leading them were the 2 who had spoken at the last moment. The moment they approached Yi Xian, they would immediately self-destruct. Using the terrifying force of a Heavenly Tao Realm expert's self-destruction, they would heavily injure Yi Xian, who was being held back by the primeval heaven's eye. It had to be said that their wishful thinking was indeed not bad. If everything that had been discussed could really be carried out smoothly, Yi Xian would definitely be heavily injured. And once he was heavily injured, Yi Xian might very well perish here while facing the primeval heaven's eye, who was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, although their plan was beautiful, it was clearly impossible for Yi Xian to turn it into reality. At that moment, the purplish gold beam in the skeleton avatar's eyes suddenly flared up. The skyfall bow in his hand also emitted a blazing golden beam. It was clearly a sign that the supreme bloodline divine power, Skyfall Bow, had been activated and was about to shoot out. Screech. At that moment, the primeval heaven's eyelids twitched violently. Almost subconsciously, it let out an indignant screech. The Heavenly Tao Azure Eye that was shooting over like a meteor instantly came to a halt midway. But in fact, the skeleton avatar's arrow wasn't aimed at him. This time, the skeleton avatar was aiming at a Heavenly Tao realm expert that was approaching from another direction. The 12 Heavenly Tao realm existences stood in the void. Some were near and some were far, but with the Heavenly Tao's azure-eyed eyes charging out from the front and about to restrain the demonic ape, they moved together. Although the 12 figures that came from different directions had yet to gather, there were already 6 people who had arrived in the same direction. Among them were the 2 old fogies who were charging right in front, responsible for self-destructing their bodies. The skeleton avatar's arrow was aimed in this direction. Phew. Bang. 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 At that moment, an extremely deep buzzing sound sounded. Following that was a sharp, ear-piercing sound that tore through the air. The skeleton avatar released the bowstring in its right hand, and the skyfall bow in its left hand instantly emitted a golden beam. A golden arrow shot out like an exploding star. The light was so intense that even the primeval heaven's eye subconsciously narrowed its eyes. In the time it took to narrow its eyes, a series of explosions sounded. The golden arrow shot out at an extremely fast speed, and in a blink of an eye, the 6 Heavenly Tao realm beasts exploded. Blood splattered everywhere as it filled the void. It was just a single strike, but its might was so terrifying that it defied the heavens. It was clearly killing 6 birds with 1 stone. It left the 100+ desolate supremacies that were gathered in the distance dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled violently. Chapter 5092. Phew. Bang. 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 With a deep humming sound, a golden arrow shot out like an exploding star. The light was so intense that even primeval heaven's eye subconsciously squinted its eyes. Bang. Explosions sounded one after another as the golden arrow moved at extreme speeds. In a blink of an eye, the 6 Heavenly Tao realm beasts exploded as a bloody mist blasted out and filled the void. at that moment, the entire void fell into a dead silence. The 100+ desolate supremacies that were gathered in the distance were dumbfounded as their bodies trembled violently. It was just one strike, but its might was so terrifying that it was heaven-defying. It was clearly killing 6 birds with one stone. Furthermore, the beasts it killed were all Heavenly Tao realm experts. Whoosh! 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 Their bodies trembled violently as they were enveloped by immense fear. Instantly, dozens of desolate supremacies that were gathered in the void turned around and shot into the distance. They gave up. The demonic ape was too terrifying. Previously, more than 10 desolate supremacies were gathered, but they were still helpless against it. Now, 6 of them had perished in a blink of an eye. What hope was there? At the same time, the black fog body waved its hand as a boundless power surged out. It swept up the blood mist that resulted from the 6 Heavenly Tao realm beasts' massive bodies and absorbed it into its body. First before this, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had already reached a total of 9. Now, the Heavenly Tao had once again killed 6 of them. As the 6 boundless blood mists entered his body, the number of Heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had also reached 15. That was enough. Such a harvest was astounding. Even Yi Xian was satisfied. At that moment, he finally had the thought of escaping. Dang! However, even if he wanted to escape, it was impossible. There were more than 100 desolate supremacies and more than 10 Heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the void. The power within was pushed to the limit. The powerful invisible pressure stacked on top of each other, causing the void to be completely sealed. It was impossible to teleport at all. But now, it's different. Yi Xian has already killed 8 Heavenly Tao realm beasts. Furthermore, there are more than 100 desolate supremacies gathered in the distance. At that moment, nearly a third of them have turned around and left. The sealing force in the void has instantly dissipated. Screech. Yi Xian, you've already fired your fallen sky bow, so you won't be able to use it again anytime soon. Now, what are you going to use to threaten me? Rumble. Ignoring the desolate Zune old monsters who were fleeing in the distance, at this moment, the green light in the primeval heaven's eye shone brightly, and at the same time the voice of the divine sense was transmitted. The huge figure was like a meteor, rumbling towards Yi Xian. The only thing he was afraid of was the skyfall bow in the hands of the skeleton avatar. But now that the arrow had been shot, the skeleton avatar's strength had been drained. It was already in a weakened state. Although the physical body and the black fog body's combat strength remained, they were only at the 7th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. The primeval heavens I was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Just him alone was enough to suppress Yi Xian. Furthermore, with the other 6 Heavenly Tao realm experts charging forward, he suddenly had the confidence to win this battle. Screech. Roar. Roar. In fact, the other 6 Heavenly Tao realm experts were the same. All of them raised their heads and roared in excitement. The demonic ape was too powerful. To keep it behind, they had to pay a terrible price. But now, the terrible price had been paid. The death of 8 Heavenly Tao realm experts was enough. What awaited them next was the final harvest. Furthermore, there were fewer people to share in the spoils of war. How can they not be excited? Retards. Seeing the bunch of fellows so excited, the physical body's eyes flashed as though he was muttering to himself. Following that, he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Phew, a faint whistling sound rang out as a ray of light flashed past. The gigantic body of the demonic ape instantly disappeared from where it was. There was not a single trace of it left behind. Positive the 6 Heavenly Tao realm beasts that shot over were dumbfounded. The primordial Heavenly Tao Azurite immediately extended its powerful perception into the surrounding void as it did a thorough search. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, there was naturally no result. The next instant, the heavenly Tao's eye let out a thunderous roar filled with indignation. Screech. It's the same again. How did he do it? Screech, screech, phew. With a weak sonic boom, Yi Xian's figure appeared near the abandoned planet not far from the Source Nest planet. Here, he had imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point. Here at this time, he had already dispelled his three-headed, six-armed demonic ape form and returned to his human form. Due to him using the heaven-falling bow at full strength, he was somewhat dispirited. However, due to the continuous battles, he had already digested the gains from his previous breakthrough, fusing them into his soul and body. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. With a flash, Yi Xian's figure transformed into a beam of light that charged into the interior of the planet. Following that, he waved his hand and conjured the farmer god cauldron. He took a step into the cauldron's mouth that was enshrouded in nine-colored fog. Whoosh! Whoosh! After sitting down cross-legged, he waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of weak sonic booms sounded. Beams of light shot out from his body and floated in front of him. They were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body for his breakthrough. There was the all-evil origin liquid, nine-colored divine herbs, and so on. It was a dazzling array. Soon, after calming his emotions, he took a deep breath and powered the farmer god cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul-fish. Like a cow chewing on a peony, he swallowed everything into his stomach and rapidly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble, there was no suspense at all. The resources he swallowed instantly dissolved in his body. Following that, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yi Xian's body. A majestic energy river formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, covering the sky and covering the earth. This was the most critical moment. He didn't dare to be distracted. With great concentration, he immediately began to circulate the energy continuously until it was completely refined. After touching it for a month, when the great river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, an incomparably thick shackle chain appeared within his body. As long as he tore it apart, this closed-door cultivation would immediately end, and his cultivation would smoothly break through again. Now! Now! Read! As he moved, Yi Xian instantly made his move. He'd only accumulated enough strength to launch a single attack, but the shackles had already been broken. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 7th level supreme of the ancients. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body. Current realm, 7th level supreme of the ancients. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. 7th level desolate master. He finally stepped into the late desolate master, on the left bank of the river, in the dark void in the right area of the middle section. At this time, there were 3 figures moving quickly in the darkness, 1 in front and 2 behind. These 3 figures all looked like survivors, but the aura of 2 of them could vaguely capture a trace of the powerful aura unique to the ferocious star beasts. The 3 figures split into 2 groups, 2 in front and 1 behind. They were separated by a distance of about 100 billion miles. The 2 figures in front were both first-level desolate masters, and they didn't seem to sense that there was a tail following them from 100 billion miles away. While the lone figure behind also had the cultivation strength of a first-level desolate master, but he restrained his aura as if it was nothing. He didn't even extend his divine sense. The reason why he was able to accurately follow behind the 2 rank 1 desolate supremacies from a distance of 100 billion miles was clearly unrelated to his divine sense and cultivation level. It should be due to the power of some kind of bloodline secret technique. The 3 figures, 2 in front and 1 behind, were moving in the direction of the front, which had just appeared in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way not long ago. The chaos-forbidden land. If Yi Xian was here at this moment, he would be shocked to see these three figures. Because he was familiar with these three figures, and had even been looking for them all these years, but he still couldn't find their whereabouts. The two figures in front were the original bodies of Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. At the beginning, the guest from the mother planet, Xing Bo, had a total of 5 followers and clan juniors. Among them, 3 were human juniors, and 2 were ferocious beasts. The 2 ferocious beasts were Weeping Soul Blood Ape and Desolate Ancient Fierce Mosquito. Among the 5 followers, 3 of them left their bloodlines in the 3 main dimensions of the universe, and then left with Xing Bo to the primordial void. The Desolate Ancient Fierce Mosquito was the father of the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. The Mosquito Emperor's original body had already entered a source nest star, and when the next primordial era began, it would become a powerful chaos demon god like Yi Xian's strongest doppelganger. The father of his original body, the Desolate Ancient Fierce Mosquito, had taken over his own grandson, Prince Shui Ben. At that time, Yi Xian could do nothing and could only watch as he was taken over and left. As for the other 2 followers, one of them left behind Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body. Of course, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body was a loner, and so was Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, who had no descendants. However, when Xing Bo entered the Milky Way star field, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body was taken over by his father in the end. He left with Shui Ben, and his whereabouts were unknown. As for Xing Bo's follower who left behind the Demon Man bloodline, he and the other person had died in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land in the primordial void. All these years, Yi Xian had been searching for the possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although they had been possessed, the headless corpse had protected the souls of the Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, so this kind of possession was not complete. Therefore, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls had not been devoured. Instead, they were sleeping in the deepest part of their consciousness under the protection of the headless infant corpse's blood-red light. As long as Yi Xian found them, with his current strength at the late stage of the Heavenly Dao realm, once he made a move, he would definitely be able to force out the invading souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, allowing their own souls to awaken and recover. Unfortunately, he had not found the whereabouts of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original bodies. After leaving the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, these 2 guys had found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Although they had not devoured the souls that were sleeping in the depths of their consciousness, they had already merged with the possessed bodies, so their cultivation had reached first-level Desolate Master. And the direction they were heading now was the Chaos-Forbidden Land. They must have rushed there because they had heard the news of the Chaos-Forbidden Land's appearance. By Xing Bo and Primeval Heavens I were on the same side, and they were Xing Bo's followers, so they naturally belonged to the same family as the Heavenly Dao's and the person behind them was Shi Wanjin. This guy was really lucky. Not only did he not die after experiencing all kinds of hardships, but he also underwent a bloodline transformation at the bottom of the central volcano in the Farmer God Cauldron space. He achieved the Lightning Poison Tribulation body, which could devour all kinds of energy, and had the Lightning and Poison Tribulation bloodlines. Because of this, his cultivation speed was much faster than the 8 great guardian deities who were also in the cauldron space at that time. And when he broke through to the immortal realm, it seemed that the level 20 pill was useless. This was clearly because of the Lightning Poison Tribulation body, which was comparable to Yi Xian's treasure-devouring body. Without the bottleneck of a big realm, the accumulation of energy was enough, and the breakthrough was natural, just like water flowing through a channel. Dang! At this time, Shi Wanjin had consumed a large amount of Yi Xian's top-grade cultivation resources, and he obviously disliked the restrictions in the Farmer God Cauldron space. This was because although there were spirit beasts and various spirit herbs growing in the cauldron space, those were resources that belonged to Yi Xian, so he did not dare to take them without asking. As a result, once the cultivation resources on hand were used up, his cultivation strength would naturally stagnate, but it was different in the outside world. Although his lightning poison tribulation body was inferior to Yi Xian's treasure devouring body, they were basically the same, which was pure plunder and devouring. In this situation, because there were all kinds of resources in the void outside, even the heat of the stars could be freely absorbed by his body. Once he entered the wider space outside, the speed at which Shi Wanjin's cultivation increased would definitely increase even faster because of this. Because he had been refined by Yi Xian's mutated slave imprint at the level of his spirit, this process could not be reversed. Therefore, even if Shi Wanjin was allowed to freely grow outside, even if there came a day when his cultivation strength far surpassed Yi Xian's own, something like betrayal would definitely not happen. Even if it happened, even if Yi Xian's cultivation was not as strong as Shi Wanjin's, he could still decide Shi Wanjin's life and death with a single thought. Because of all this, when Shi Wanjin proposed to Yi Xian to leave and train alone in the outside world, although Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, he finally agreed in the end. Since then, he had been paying attention to the news of Shi Wanjin's treasure-devouring body, but he had not obtained any information, counting the time, whether it was Yi Xian's treasure-devouring body or Shi Wanjin leaving him alone to train. It had been many years. The treasure-devouring body still had not appeared, and its location was unknown, but Shi Wanjin's cultivation had clearly improved over the years, and he had even stepped into first-rank desolate supremacy. If Yi Xian saw this, he would definitely be extremely gratified. Only it was unknown when he had encountered the possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. He had concealed his aura, and with the power of some kind of bloodline secret technique, he had been secretly following the two from hundreds of billions of miles away. Chapter 5093. Phew! Phew! A faint sonic boom could be heard. In the dark void, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body moved side by side. Their speed was very fast as their figures streaked across the void like two beams of light. Behind them, Shi Wanjin, who had concealed his figure and converged his aura, was like a tail that was closely tailing Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body. As the three of them had the same cultivation level, first-order desolate supremacy, and Shi Wanjin had deliberately concealed himself, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher did not notice anything behind them. Again, in addition, they were very far away from each other, maintaining a distance of more than 100 billion kilometers. Therefore, as the three of them traveled in pairs, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's true body did not reveal their tails, but at that moment, the edge of the desolate forbidden grounds could be seen in the void ahead. When one extended their spiritual perception, they could sense a large number of ferocious beast auras. This was a sign that they had encountered a ferocious beast forbidden grounds. Although the desolate forbidden grounds had recently appeared in the middle section of the left bank of the Milky Way, its strength was not to be underestimated. Sit, the strongest expert in the desolate forbidden grounds, primeval Heaven's Eye, was a powerful existence at the 8th order of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not far from the peak of the 9th order realm. Apart in addition, there were nearly 10 powerful generals at the early and middle stages of the heavenly Tao realm in the desolate army under him. Among them was the mysterious Weeping Soul Blood Ape. After the desolate forbidden grounds occupied the desolate forbidden grounds, the situation had long spread to the outside world. Now, the edge of the desolate forbidden grounds could be seen in the distance. Shi Wanjin, who had been following behind Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, did not dare to act rashly. He finally stopped. His lightning poison tribulation body was extraordinary. Ever since he entered the desolate supremacy realm, he had even awakened various mystic techniques in his bloodline, making him extremely powerful. However, he had limited time to grow. His cultivation level was only at the first-order desolate supremacy realm. Facing the desolate forbidden grounds with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm experts presiding over it, no matter how unwilling Shi Wanjin was, he could only stop helplessly in the dark void that was more than 100 billion kilometers away from the desolate forbidden grounds. If not, it was highly likely that he would be discovered the moment he entered the desolate wilderness forbidden ground. To a true heavenly Tao realm expert, a first-order desolate supremacy was nothing more than an ant. No matter how special this ant was, and how powerful and miraculous his bloodline was, he was still just an ant after all. He couldn't do anything, and he couldn't escape detection. After a while, Shirwanjin stopped helplessly, but he didn't leave. Instead, he concealed himself and stayed in the dark void hundreds of billions of miles away from the forbidden area. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. He had to wait until Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher walked out of the great desolate forbidden land. Wrong. Now, when Shirwanjin stopped in the dark void 100 billion miles away from the edge of the untainted star area, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had already rushed into the star area of the untainted star area. They came out of seclusion this time and headed to the left bank of the Milky Way. Their destination was the untainted forbidden land. Obviously, they heard the news of the untainted forbidden land after they came out of seclusion, so they hurried over. Bai Xingbue and the primeval heavens I were in cahoots, and they were Xingbue's followers. They were inseparable from the heavenly Tao's green eye, as though they were family. Screech, and at the instant Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher rushed into the untainted forbidden land, a shocking screech sounded from the deepest depths of the untainted forbidden land. The screech was clearly the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's voice. The Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape was only at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He wasn't the strongest general under the primeval heaven's eye, but his status was extremely special. Committee it was because his bloodline divine power was just too astounding. Back when they were fighting over the untainted forbidden land, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape had also let out such a screech. Back then, as the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples. Even the sky-eyed Sanguine Ape, who was stronger than him and had reached the sixth stage of the heavenly Tao realm, was unable to resist it. Caught off guard, his consciousness was instantly pulled into an illusion, falling into a daze. If not for that, the sky-eyed Sanguine Ape would not have been so easily killed by the primeval heaven's eye. At that moment, the reason why the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape suddenly let out such a screech was clearly because it had sensed the auras of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. To be precise, it had sensed the soul auras of the two followers of Xingbue who had possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Screech. Although the screech was astounding, it exuded a mysterious and profound intent. It left one shuddering in fear, but it clearly exuded a thick sense of pleasant surprise that couldn't be dispersed. Back then, the guest from the mother planet, Xingbue, had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his race by his side. Among them, 3 were human descendants and 2 were ferocious beasts. Among the 2 ferocious beasts, one was the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other was the desolate ancient mosquito. Today, the other 2 of the 3 human followers had long perished. Of the 5 followers by Xingbue's side, only the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape, the desolate ancient mosquito that had possessed Shui Ben's body, and the human expert that had possessed Mosquito Butcher's body. Under such circumstances, how could the trio not be pleasantly surprised when they met? Furthermore, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape had left Xingbue many years ago and followed by the primeval heaven's eye's side. This was likely an arrangement between the primeval heaven's eye and Xingbue. All these years, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape had never appeared. It didn't appear by Xingbue's side or the primeval heaven's eye's side. He had likely been arranged by the primeval heaven's eye to enter seclusion in an unknown void. This could be seen from the fact that his cultivation level had already reached the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm upon his reappearance. After all, the 5 followers by Xingbue's side back then had similar cultivation levels. Although, the desolate ancient mosquito that had possessed Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies and the human expert had self-destructed when helping Xingbue enter the Milky Way stellar domain, resulting in a drop in their cultivation levels after the possession. They were only at the first stage of the desolate supremacy realm. But in fact, before they self-destructed their bodies, they were far from reaching the heavenly Tao realm. 3 After not seeing each other for a long time, they naturally couldn't avoid reminiscing when they suddenly reunited. All of this did not alarm anyone else. In the vast primeval forbidden ground stellar domain, no other experts or ferocious beasts rushed out from the abandoned planets. Entire the vast forbidden ground stellar domain was extremely quiet. In the dark void, only the weeping soul sanguine ape that had shrunk its body, Schwaben that had transformed into a remnant, and mosquito butcher's body were communicating with each other. Boom! Rumble, rip, at this moment, in the forbidden grounds void 100 billion miles to the right, there was a sudden rumble of thunder, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. A void rift appeared out of nowhere, and from it came the voice of the primeval heavens. So you are back. In that case, we can set a trap and lure the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Forbidden ground stellar domain. Boom! In the vast forbidden ground stellar domain, it was extremely quiet. In the dark void, only the weeping soul sanguine ape that had shrunk its body, Schwaben that had transformed into a remnant, and mosquito butcher's body were communicating with each other. Boom! Rumble, rip, at this moment, in the forbidden grounds void 100 billion miles to the right, there was a sudden rumble of thunder. A void rift appeared out of thin air, and from it came the voice of the primeval heavens. So you are back. In that case, we can set a trap and lure the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Whoosh! As the voice of this divine sense sounded, it was followed by an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air. A figure rushed out from the crack in the void. It was the green eye of the way of the heavens, which was the size of a star and looked like a vertical eye. It looked ferocious and terrifying. It had just finished the battle in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds and rushed back from there. This time, the reason why the primeval heavens went to the demonic wolf forbidden grounds in the right section of the left bank of the Milky Way was not because of Yi Xian. At that time, he had only heard about the mysterious remnant expert and was interested in the heavenly Tao treasure medicine in his hands. What he never expected was that after arriving at the demonic wolf forbidden grounds, he discovered that the mysterious remnant expert was actually his old rival, the magic hall master, Yi Xian. Even more, what he didn't expect was that the current Yi Xian's cultivation had actually reached the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although this cultivation was achieved through some kind of heaven-defying bloodline ability, his combat strength was solid, without the slightest bit of water. Back then, the primeval heavens did not even think much of Yi Xian. The only thing that made him take seriously was the headless infant corpse that had been parasitizing his body for some unknown reason. Later, he was used by the headless infant corpse. With the help of various forces, he attacked the invisible light curtain formed by the powerful primordial chaos void nomological power that enveloped the Milky Way star domain. This caused the headless infant corpse to successfully rush into the interior of the Milky Way star domain like Xingbo. At that time, with the support of the heaven-defying bloodline ability that he grasped, although Yi Xian already had the combat strength of the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm, the green eyes of the primordial heavenly Tao still didn't truly look him in the eye. Even when he forced Yi Xian away in the final battle in the primordial world, he did not think much of him. However, everything changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, when he and Yi Xian encountered each other in the primordial chaos void, the other party's combat strength had actually reached the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Such an astounding cultivation speed instantly made the primeval heavens feel threatened. Furthermore, it was an extremely strong threat. Now, with the support of his heaven-defying mystic technique, the magic hall's Lord Yi Xian's strongest combat strength was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Yet, he was able to use the 3 Blood Sea avatars condensed from the Blood Sea mystic technique, as well as the Heaven's Fall Bow, the Farmer God Cauldron, the 9-colored Flame Sea, and other powerful divine powers, bloodline mystic techniques, and primordial treasures to force him to the point where he did not dare to make a move easily. In the end, he was able to calmly escape. Now, if he was given a little more time to grow, how could he suppress him when his combat strength reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm? This was definitely not an exaggeration. It was extremely likely. Heavens, it was extremely difficult for a Tao realm cultivator to advance even a single level. However, the magic hall's Lord Yi Xian's cultivation speed was already heaven-defying. Furthermore, he was not at the true heavenly Tao realm, but a paragon of primordial. As such, the difficulty of improving his cultivation level by one stage was much, much lower than his own, and it was because of this that the primeval heavens I finally began to take Yi Xian seriously. This was the first time he thought so highly of a paragon of primordial that had yet to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Originally the primeval heavens I was still in a dilemma as to how to eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. It could even be said to be worried. But, now, as he returned from the demon wolf forbidden area, he suddenly saw Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who had rushed over to meet him as soon as they heard the news. This problem was immediately solved. It was simply a pleasant surprise to him, which was why he said those words just now. Roar! Screech! Screech! Whoosh! 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 At that moment, with the return of the primeval heavens a voice transmission was transmitted. Instantly, frenzied roars and screeches sounded from the abandoned planets in the primeval desolate forbidden ground. Subordinates at the paragon of primordial realm did not have the right to make a sound. At that moment, there were only 9 frenzied roars and screeches. They were the other 9 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under the primeval heavens eye. Very quickly soon, before the earth-shattering roars and sinister howls could be heard, 9 massive beasts rushed out from their respective cave abode stars. They were all existences at the heavenly Tao realm and the auras they emitted were extremely ancient. In a blink of an eye, 11 heavenly Tao realm experts gathered in the void. Bao the 10 ferocious beast generals of the primordial forbidden land, including the weeping soul blood ape, surrounded the primordial heavenly Tao Azuride, who had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He was not far from the peak heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage of perfection. Of course, apart from the 11 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences, there were 2 other figures in the void. They were Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Snatch after abandoning Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies, the desolate mosquito and another human expert, as well as the other 9 heavenly Tao realm experts under the primeval heavens were clearly no strangers to them. This point could be seen from the fact that they remained standing in the void while facing the 9 massive heavenly Tao realm beasts with extremely powerful auras. Yet, their expressions remained the same. It was obvious that something was amiss. In fact, as the 9 powerful heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts approached, the expressions on Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's faces did not remain unchanged. Hidden their cheeks seemed to twitch a few times, and the expression on their faces also revealed an awkward expression. This was to be expected. Everyone present was a supreme existence at the heavenly Tao realm. And after the 2 of them self-destructed their bodies, although they immediately found the most suitable targets to possess, they had yet to devour the soul that originally resided in the body they possessed. Their cultivation levels remained stagnant and were only at the first level of the desolate supremacy realm. With such a cultivation level, they were facing 11 supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm. Furthermore, they were old acquaintances. Furthermore, one of them was their good brother, the weeping soul blood ape. It would be strange if the 2 of them did not have any thoughts or feelings of embarrassment. There's no need to worry. As long as we capture the Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, and obtain the heaven-defying mystic techniques and top-grade resources he possesses, I have my means to allow you to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. At that moment, a green beam flashed in the primeval heaven's eyes as a deep voice sounded through the void. However, the 2 of you are of utmost importance in this matter. You have to personally enter the green urn as bait, faced with more than 10 old acquaintances, including the weeping soul blood ape, who were all heavenly Tao realm experts. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher immediately felt embarrassed. Their cheeks twitched a few times. There's no need to worry. As long as we capture the Magic Hall's Lord, Yi Xian, and obtain the heaven-defying mystic techniques and top-grade resources he possesses, I have my means to allow you to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm. This scene did not escape the primeval heaven's eye's perception. A green beam flashed in the vertical eye that was as large as a star. A deep voice that exuded boundless might resounded through the void. However, the two of you are of utmost importance in this matter. You have to personally enter the green urn as bait. As soon as these words were heard, in the left side of the forbidden area of the primitive universe, inside the numerous starships, fortresses, and star fortresses, the high-level leaders from the three main planes of the universe were all shocked. Their hearts suddenly sank, and they even subconsciously held their breaths. Even their bodies were slightly trembling. Among them, there was the silhouette of the immortal emperor, as well as the various lords of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the grand elders of the Temple of Glory. In any case, countless champions from various races from the three main planes were gathered here, standing amidst all sorts of warships, fortresses, star fortresses, and galactic battleships. Ever since the fragments of the primeval world were reunited as if a mirror had been broken and the primeval world reappeared, every living being in that world had become the slaves of the heavenly Tao's eye. Heavens! Perhaps the slumbering patriarchs of various eras, be it primordial paragons or primordial paragons, had all been awakened. Even so, against the immeasurably powerful primeval heaven's eye, they could only grit their teeth and be enslaved by the primeval heaven's eye. Even if they had entered the legendary primeval void, they had lost their freedom. Moreover, everyone knew that the heavenly Tao was heartless. They knew that their existence was nothing more than cannon fodder sacrificed in a special moment in the eyes of the primeval heaven's eye. One point was that since the appearance of the forbidden land of the primitive universe and seizing this vast star field as a place to live, those abandoned stars were all occupied by the ancient army of ferocious beasts under the command of the green eyes of the heavenly Tao. However, they could only live in a sea of battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses. 1 or 2 points could be seen. Humans, their families didn't care about them at all. They were treated as the lowest class of slaves and kept in captivity. Even so, no one dared to show their hatred despite knowing that, unless they were not afraid of being destroyed in body and soul. But, therefore, as the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye migrated from the primordial world's doomsday void where the power of the heavenly Tao nomological laws was gradually depleted, almost all the living beings in front of the three great starry sky masters were filled with endless regret. Compared to their experience, the subordinates of the magic hall had also been brought to this mysterious and ancient primeval void. However, Yi Xian had not brought them here to enslave them, but to protect them. The difference between them was needless to say. But, therefore, their hearts had long been filled with regret. It was also because of this that when they suddenly heard that the primeval heavens I was going to set up a bait to lure Yi Xian here to capture and kill, the higher-ups of the various races and forces from the three great starry sky masters were so worried. Inside this huge star fortress, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Cyan Rock clan, Battle Lion clan, Yinji clan, Barbarian Bull clan, Golden Eagle clan, Colorful Python clan, Greedy Wolf clan, and Tree Spirit clan from the Second Universe, along with the elders at the desolate Venerable Realm, sighed and shook their heads with bitter smiles. The same scene was playing out in the command center of the colossal star fortress where the higher-ups of the former slave races were gathered in the First Universe, just as if it was replicated. And, compared to them, the leaders of the two great human factions were even more worried. In the everlasting star of the human faction, the leaders of the human faction such as the immortal emperor, the leaders of the human faction in the sky and palace that resembled an energy vortex, as well as the elders of the former 10,000 net federation in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal celestial continent. And, without exception, all of them were shaking their heads and sighing silently. Inwardly, however, they were praying for Yi Xian, hoping that he would not fall for the bait and come here personally. After all, even if they were not on good terms with Yi Xian, master of the magic hall, and could even be said to be enemies, they were now completely enlightened. And, in their opinion, if there was any hope of escaping the primeval heaven's eye, that hope was clearly tied to Yi Xian, and definitely not to anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, they did not wish for anything to happen to Yi Xian, because that would be tantamount to their last strand of hope being completely extinguished. The primeval heavens, I was unaware of all this. In fact, it would not care even if it knew. And, in its eyes, they were just a bunch of ants. The reason it brought them out of the primeval world was to use them as cannon fodder in the future. The strongest of them was merely the prime of the ancients, and there was not even a single heavenly Tao tier being among them. What could they do in front of it? Screech, roar, boom, boom, rumble, just as the countless experts from the various races and powers of the three great starry skies were all deeply worried and secretly worried about Yi Xian. A series of earth-shattering howls and roars suddenly sounded out from the void of the great desolate forbidden area in front of them. And thunderous booms resounded incessantly. Because, after Sanguine Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were acting as bait, nodded after some thought, the primeval heaven's eye and its 10 heavenly Tao realm generals, including the weeping soul Sanguine Ape, immediately took action. The gigantic vertical eye that resembled a star shot out an azure-colored beam of light that spanned 5,000 kilometers. The azure-colored beam of light was extraordinarily powerful. The primeval heavens eye had clearly attacked with all its might. With a sweep of the azure-colored beam of light, even the extremely firm primordial chaos void was torn apart, forming a gigantic rift that spanned 500 billion kilometers. And, furthermore, the rift did not immediately close. The edges of the rift shimmered with azure-colored light. It was this energy that prevented the rift from closing. At the same time, the 10 heavenly Tao realm experts, including the weeping soul Sanguine Ape, took action simultaneously. A beam of light shot out from each of their bodies and entered the void rift. With a loud boom, a gigantic energy urn that spanned 500 billion kilometers gradually took form. This was a joint effort of 11 heavenly Tao realm experts, including the primeval heaven's eye. It was a black hole that resembled a stellar vortex. The only difference was that its interior was sealed. There was only one entrance. None, regardless of who it was. If they were to enter without permission, the outcome would be no different from inviting the enemy into a trap. Phew! Phew! In an instant, there was a faint whistling sound in the void. With the formation of this giant green urn, Schwaben and Mosquito Butcher did not hesitate at all. With a shake of their shoulders, they turned into a ray of light and rushed into the giant green urn. At the bottom of the azure urn, they sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. Chapter 50-94. As the 11 heavenly Tao realm experts, including the primeval heaven's eye, attacked with all their might, they opened up a gigantic green urn that resembled a black hole or a stellar vortex in the void of the primeval desolate star domain. Without any hesitation, Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies transformed into beams of light as they charged into the green urn that was sealed at the bottom and had only an entrance. They arrived at the deepest region of the green urn and sat cross-legged, closing their eyes. Whoosh! Rumble! Instantly, the primeval heaven's eye's gigantic green vertical eye shot out an azure beam of light, concealing everything inside the green urn's entrance. All that could be seen in the void was a void rift about 5 million kilometers in diameter. The edges of the rift shimmered with azure light, preventing it from repairing itself under the influence of the powerful primordial chaos void laws. Until everything inside the void rift was no longer visible. It was extremely hazy, but one could vaguely sense Schwaben and Mosquito Butcher's auras. The void urn, which had an interior that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers, was jointly constructed by 11 powerful heavenly Tao realm existences. However, the edges of the void rift that shimmered with a faint azure glow was constantly draining the primordial heavenly Tao's green eye's strength. Just from this point, one could tell the price it had paid, as well as how firm its resolve was. If Schwaben and Mosquito Butcher, who were at the bottom of the green urn, were only bait. Their goal was to lure the magic hall's lord, Yi Xian, into the green urn, allowing the primeval heaven's eye to catch a turtle in a urn. If this was the case, it was an overt scheme. After all, the the sudden appearance of a void rift that spanned 5 million kilometers in the void, with its edges shimmering with a mysterious azure light, and the location of the rift was in the primeval desolate star domain. With everything put together, even a fool could see the problem and the scheme, much less the magic hall's lord, Yi Xian. In fact, the primeval heavens, I had no intention of hiding anything. Since it was an overt scheme, it meant that it had absolute confidence. Edison based on his understanding of Yi Xian, as long as he could confirm that the people inside the green void urn were Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, then this monstrous and heaven-defying master of the magic hall would definitely come over and obediently enter. Everyone had a weakness. In the eyes of primeval heavens, Yi Xian's greatest weakness was that he placed too much emphasis on relationships and promises. Of course, with Yi Xian's current level of cultivation, since he dared to enter the green void urn, he must have had some sort of confidence. However, the primeval heavens, didn't care. After all, he was a heavenly Tao realm expert at the 8th stage. As for Yi Xian, he was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Just this point alone was enough to suppress him head-on. Furthermore, with the other 10 heavenly Tao realm experts in the primeval desolate forbidden ground, as well as other arrangements, he refused to believe that he wouldn't be able to restrain him. Spread the news. Say that the sworn brother of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, and his steward, Mosquito Butcher, are in the primeval desolate forbidden ground. They have been captured and imprisoned by me. Screech. As the voice of divine recognition was heard, an extremely cold and gloomy light flashed in the huge green eyes of the primeval age of heaven. There was even an earth-shattering roar that was filled with endless evil intent. Boom! As the screech sounded, the gigantic azure eye that resembled a star slowly faded into the void and was no longer visible. The other 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts that were gathered around it also returned to their respective cave abodes. The entire primeval desolate forbidden ground stellar domain fell silent. Everything that the green eye of the primordial heavenly Tao had instructed would be carried out by the trusted subordinates of the desolate venerable old monster. The news would spread very quickly until all the supreme forbidden lands and supreme star regions on both sides of the Milky Way knew about it. On the right bank of the Milky Way, in the core of a gigantic abandoned planet near the Source Hive star, after leaving the demonic wolf forbidden ground, Yi Xian used his system's interstellar coordinate jump ability to return from the left bank of the Milky Way to the right bank of the Milky Way. He then entered seclusion. Now that his seclusion was over, he had successfully broken through to the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Before this, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at the 6th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. In this primordial chaos void that was not suppressed by the heavenly Tao, if he were to activate the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly enter the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. If he were to use the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power to the 9th transformation, he would be able to raise another major realm above the foundation of the 7th stage of the desolate supremacy realm, which was the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. This was Yi Xian's peak combat strength before his seclusion. No. That was a matter of the past. This time, although he had only broken through a minor realm, it had an extremely important and shocking effect on the increase in his combat strength. It was especially significant when he was facing the primeval heaven's eye. For example, now, after his breakthrough, he was already a 7th stage desolate supremacy. Once he activated the 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power, he would instantly leap to the 8th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Under the 9th transformation, the peak combat strength he could reach would reach the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. It was the same as the primeval heaven's eye. Although the difference between the 7th stage and 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm was only a minor realm, they were both late-stage heavenly Tao realm existences. However, the impact in a head-on battle was definitely not small. First, previously, even if Yi Xian activated the strongest form of the devil ape bloodline, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed form, with the heaven-falling bow, farmer god cauldron, big-headed black cudgel, and 9-colored sea of flames in hand, all he could do against the primeval heavens was serve as a deterrent. Once the heaven-falling bow was shot out, the other party would charge forward to engage Yi Xian in a head-on battle. Yi Xian would not be at a great disadvantage, but he would not be able to gain any advantage either. But now, it was different. Yi Xian's peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although the primeval heaven's eyes cultivation at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm had already stabilized and was extremely solid, it was not far from the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm's perfection realm. However, Yi Xian still had the strongest form of the Devil 8 bloodline. He still had the Farmer God Cauldron, and 9-colored sea of flames in hand, even if he had already shot out the heaven-falling bow as a deterrent like back in the Fiend Wolf star system. If he were to face the primeval heaven's eye again, he already had the ability to slightly suppress the other party in a head-on battle, making him suffer a little. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately felt a sense of pride. After getting up, he waved his hand and stored the Farmer God Cauldron into his body. Instantly, he walked out of the massive abandoned planet where he was in seclusion. He originally planned on heading to the Source Nest planet's base camp to take a look, but at that moment, in the dark void tens of billions of kilometers away, a ferocious beast convoy passed by. The ferocious beasts in the convoy were communicating with their perception and discussing something. Today, Yi Xian was already at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Without deliberately eavesdropping, he already knew everything. At that moment, his heart sank as the expression on his face turned extremely gloomy. The forbidden desolate land? Since Xue Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's true bodies had appeared, then he had no choice but to make a trip there. Blood Ben was his sworn brother. There was no choice in this matter. Even if he knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, he could only walk towards the tiger's mountain. Demon the forbidden desolate land. For example, the Magic Hall's forbidden desolate land had already stabilized. The massive black hall stood at the peak of a towering mountain on a massive planet. As for the 2 Magic Hall heritage monuments that contained the 9 transformations and the heaven-falling bow's profundities, they stood on 2 planets on the left and right sides. Even the subordinates of the Demon Hall could use their spiritual sense to probe and study the situation. Dang! However, if one wasn't a subordinate of the Magic Hall, it was useless even if they saw it. Once they used their perception to make contact, they would instantly be exposed and be alerted. Furthermore, the Magic Hall had Old Pig Spirit presiding over it. Outsiders couldn't enter at all. Old Pig Spirit's cultivation level was infinitely close to the true heavenly Tao realm in his 9 transformation state. Now, Corpse Ancestor, Hitorigami, and the other 7 gorgeous cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were still in seclusion in the black hole. But, Old Pig Spirit and a group of Magic Hall upper echelons had all gathered outside the black hole's planet. Inside was Yi Xian's cave abode star. Without his summons, even Old Pig Spirit couldn't enter without permission. Therefore, they could only wait outside. Apart from Old Pig Spirit and Primordial Porcupine, who also had the combat strength of a Desolate Supremacy, the black-robed Desolate Supremacy from the Native Alliance was also here. The 3 of them had the combat strength of a Desolate Supremacy and were standing in the void closest to the Black Magic Hall. While, behind the 3 of them were the upper echelons of the Magic Hall who were below the Desolate Supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were powerful beings of the primordial era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a number of them. At a glance, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall were here without exception. Elder behind Pig Spirit and the other 2 were 9 powerful beings of the primordial era from the 3 races of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion, as well as 3 powerful beings from the Native Alliance. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and Elder Sang Ji. There were also Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Mao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the undying emperors of the three races. Finally, there were more than 200 undying emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the three races. The upper echelons of the 10,000 evil army, which was now led by Immemorial Turtle, as well as the commander of the Sky River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Uncle Demon Emperor. Ming, the leader of the turtle race, Ming Zhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xian Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and the rest of the upper echelons of the smaller powers and clans were all here without exception. Demon. Although it hadn't been long since the palace entered the Hongmeng Void, the members of the Magic Hall hadn't wandered outside since they occupied the Forbidden Star Field. They had clenched their teeth and focused on improving their cultivation. Place therefore, after not seeing each other for a short period of time, all the upper echelons of the 6 Magic Hall armies gathered outside Yi Xian's cave-dwelling star had improved their cultivation. The reason why they had suddenly gathered here was because they had heard the news from outside. This news was related to Yi Xian and the Magic Hall. It could even be said that it was related to all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall present. This was because the news was spread by their arch-nemesis, the Primeval Heaven's Eye. That's right, the news that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had been captured by the Primeval Heaven's Eye and were now imprisoned in the Forbidden Star Field had spread to the right bank of the Milky Way. Hong the desolate heaven paths green. I had clearly guessed that Yi Xian's base camp was most likely not on the left bank, but on the right bank, which was why he had spread the news so widely. Of course, he could have personally come to the right bank of the Milky Way to search for Yi Xian, but since he had confirmed that Yi Xian was definitely involved, there was naturally no need for him to do so. When this news spread, there was no need to mention how furious the Mad Mosquito Emperor and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher were. Even the upper echelons of the Magic Hall, including the Pig Spirit, were shocked and infuriated. They did not even know that the Primeval Heavens I had already led all the living beings in the Primeval Chaos World into the Primordial Chaos Void, and had even established the Forbidden Star Field on the left bank of the Milky Way. Now that they had learned of this matter, they had also received such news, which made everyone extremely shocked. All the upper echelons of the Magic Hall knew of the relationship between Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Among them, there were probably only a few who knew that Shui Ben and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher had been possessed. But even if they knew, they would definitely not doubt Yi Xian's choice. He would definitely look for him. This was also the reason why the Primeval Heavens I had spread this news. Therefore, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall were very worried. After all, they did not know what level of cultivation Yi Xian had reached, but they knew how powerful the Primeval Heavens I was. In a sense, they were all living beings in the Primeval Chaos World, and the Primeval Heavens I was the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao of the Primeval Chaos World. Only just from this point, one could imagine how powerful the Primeval Heavens I was in their hearts. That was the will of the heavenly Tao. Although Yi Xian was monstrous to the point of defying the heavens, now that he was fully prepared and had a premeditated plan, even if Yi Xian went, he would only be at a disadvantage. Although Yi Xian had not returned yet, they had no other choice. After receiving the news, they all gathered here, hoping to see Yi Xian return. That way, they would at least have a chance to persuade him. Swish, hiss, at this moment, accompanied by a weak sound of breaking through the air, an incomparably clear sound of silk cracking could be heard in the air. A spatial rift silently appeared, and Yi Xian, who had his hands behind his back, walked out. It seems that you all already know. Everyone turned to look, their eyes shining, but the expression on Yi Xian's face was still incomparably calm. Even more so, without waiting for them to say anything, he waved his hand. All right, all of you can disperse and cultivate in seclusion. No one needs to persuade me on this matter, I have already made up my mind. After saying that, his gaze shifted and swept across the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Mad Mosquito Emperor, who had complicated expressions on their faces. Faced with a serious expression, he continued, the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's original body is fine. Even if he dies, he will be unharmed as a clone. The two of you have long been completely separated, but Shui Ben is different. The reason why I still insist on heading to Tiger Mountain despite knowing that it is dangerous is not just because of the promise I made to you back then." As he said that, his gaze landed on the Mad Mosquito Emperor's face. "Don't forget, Shui Ben is my sworn brother. If you don't help when my sworn brother is in trouble, how can you talk about the great Tao of cultivation? Alright, all of you stay in the Magic Hall's forbidden area. I can handle this matter alone. Soon, I will return with the two of them." After explaining everything clearly, Yi Xian waved his hand once more. In an instant, another spatial rift appeared. He didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into it. "Before I return, no one under the command of the Demon Palace is allowed to take a single step out of the Forbidden Star region, the left bank of the river, the primordial universe's forbidden area." It had been an entire month since Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body found this place. Then, Primeval Heavens, I joined forces with his 10 Heavenly Tao Realm Generals to set up a void urn in the forbidden area. With Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body as bait, they spread the news. Over the past month, the primordial Heavenly Tao Green-Eyed and the 10 Heavenly Tao Realm Generals under him never appeared again. The entire Primeval Desolation's forbidden area was silent. It was so silent that it was terrifying. It gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Furthermore, with the passage of time, this invisible oppression was clearly increasing by the day. Li Xian didn't come, but the void urn in the center of the forbidden area of the primitive universe, which was billions of miles long, had always existed. Of course, what could be seen from the outside world was only the entrance to the green void urn. It was a void crack that was tens of thousands of miles long, and everything inside the crack was hazy. Even if one used their divine senses to explore, they could not see clearly. But, however, the auras of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body could be clearly emitted from the crack from time to time. This void crack that was tens of millions of kilometers long still shimmered with a faint green light. This was the primordial chaos void, where the laws of the void were extremely powerful. This void crack that was tens of millions of kilometers long had never been mended by the primordial chaos void's powerful void laws. It was obvious how much energy Primeval Heavens I had drained from its continuous existence. It had already persisted for a month and paid a considerable price. It was clearly impossible for it to give up now. If Yi Xian did not appear, perhaps Primeval Heavens I would send out another message, announcing that it wanted to kill Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. However, this was only the guess of Immortal Emperor and company. That's right. Over the past month, countless experts from the 3 major cosmos planes had gathered on the left side of the Primeval Desolation's forbidden area. They were in battleships, fortresses, and battleships of various sizes that were spread out in the endless void. They had been paying close attention to the development of this matter. To be honest, they were worried about Yi Xian's arrival, but they were also eager to see him descend. Although, it could be said that their relationship with the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, was not harmonious. It could even be said that they were in a hostile state. But now, they had completely understood. In their opinion, if they could escape the control and enslavement of Primeval Heavens there was still hope. Then, this glimmer of hope was obviously tied to Yi Xian. It could not be anyone else. Therefore, no matter what, they did not want Yi Xian to be in trouble. Because if that was the case, to them, it was tantamount to completely extinguishing their last ray of hope. However, at the same time, they also hoped to see Yi Xian's arrival. They wanted to see Yi Xian grow to a terrifying height that could suppress Primeval Heaven's eye. Because, if that was the case, they would soon be free. This kind of dilemma was painful, but at least there was still a glimmer of hope. In the densely packed battleships in the void, a group of powerful figures and desolate supremacy realm elders of the 9 great clans of the Second Universe, including the Blood Dragon Clan, the Green Rock Clan, the Battle Lion Clan, the Yingji Clan, the Barbarian Bull Clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan, were gathered in a star fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. In the past month, their god line had almost never left the main control screen of the star fortress. The image in the holographic screen was the void crack in the center of the star field of the great desolate forbidden land. There were those who were qualified to appear in the main control cabin of this star fortress were all powerful figures and desolate supremacies of the various clans of the second universe. Most of them had been sleeping before and had never had direct contact with Yi Xian. It was only when Yi Xian left with the 6 great legions of the magic hall that the primeval heavens I took full control of the entire merged great desolate world. However, they only heard of Yi Xian's name and all kinds of shocking past events and methods after the terrifying pressure of the heavenly axiom woke them up. At this moment, there were hundreds of powerful figures and desolate supremacies of the various clans of the second universe gathered here. After all, it was the foundation of all the clans of the entire universe. It was natural for there to be hundreds of powerful figures and desolate supremacies gathered together. Unfortunately, although there were many desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies, they all had a helpless expression on their faces. From time to time, some of them sighed faintly and shook their heads with bitter smiles. A similar scene was playing out in another star fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was billions of miles away from this area. The only difference was that the hundreds of desolate supremacies and desolate supremacies gathered in the main control cabin of this star fortress all came from the first universe. They were the foundation of the various clans of the first universe's slaves. Aside from that, on the everlasting star of the third universe's human faction, the immortal emperor and the other leaders of the human race's technology faction, as well as the leaders of the cultivators faction in the Sky End Palace, which resembled an energy star vortex, were also gathered. Counting in the Temple of Glory that was the size of a colossal celestial continent, there were hundreds of primordial paragons and primordial paragons from the third universe gathered here as well. There's no telling if Yi Xian, the Sky River Star Master, would fall for it. Yu sighed softly. The immortal emperor, who was now at the late stage of the almighty realm, had a bitter expression on his face. He muttered softly as if he was sleep-talking. He seemed to be worried, but there was clearly a hint of expectation. He had called Yi Xian the Sky River Star Master, and not the Master of the Magic Hall. It seems that the immortal emperor is truly regretting it now. It's a pity that there's no turning back now, and there's no telling if our only chance of survival really exists. Don't be discouraged. As long as Yi Xian doesn't fall, our last hope will always exist. Beside him, a late-stage Baron Supremacy from the Temple of Glory had a firm look in his eyes as he nodded confidently. Although I've never had any contact with him, and he had already left with the 6 legions of the Magic Hall when I woke up, at least I've heard about his past. This child's demonic talent is unprecedented, and the speed of his growth is too shocking. This could be seen from the fact that the heavenly eye of the heavens, the incarnation of the heavenly will of the primordial world, did not hesitate to lower himself to set up such a scheme against him. At the end of his words, the late-stage Baron Supremacy clenched his fists subconsciously. I have a feeling that this time, Yi Xian would definitely come, and the primeval heavens I would definitely not be able to hold him back. Still, it's hard to say if he would save us while he's at it. When the last sentence was said, the atmosphere in the spacious main control cabin instantly became more oppressive. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Boom. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed in the space of the forbidden area of the primeval age outside of the main control cabin of the Star Fortress. Immediately after, the voice of Yi Xian's divine sense suddenly sounded out. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly audible to all the experts in the Great Desolation Forbidden Area. Moreover, it clearly revealed a trace of laziness that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Imitation Buddha did not care about the heavenly eye's arrangement at all. Qin Yan, is this the rhythm of inviting you into a trap? If that's the case, as you wish, I am coming. Boom. In the great desolate forbidden area, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded out in the air without any warning. Immediately after, Yi Xian's divine sense suddenly sounded out, Qing Xian. Are you inviting me into your trap? If that's the case, as you wish, I am coming. His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by all the elites in the primordial forbidden grounds. Furthermore, there was a strong sense of laziness in his voice that could not be dispersed. It was as if he did not care about the heavenly eyes arrangement at all. Rip, just as the last sentence was said, a crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out in the primordial forbidden grounds. A void crack appeared. It was not very shocking, only about 1,000 feet wide. Human Yi Xian, in his human form, walked out of it. He was dressed in a light blue robe and had a calm expression. His hands were behind his back, and he looked relaxed. It was as if he was here to visit an old friend, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. No, although he came here openly this time, and did not even show the true form of the three-headed, six-armed devil ape, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was clearly the same as when he last met the green eye of the heavenly way of the untainted land and the demonic wolf forbidden land. He was at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Just from this point, it was obvious that Yi Xian had come prepared this time. He deliberately concealed his cultivation level at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. At the very least, it had a numbing effect on primeval heaven's eye, but the effects at critical moments were truly unpredictable. Forget it counting the time, it had not been that long since their last encounter in the demonic wolf forbidden grounds. Primeval heavens, I would never have imagined that in just a short month, Yi Xian's strongest combat strength at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm had increased once again, reaching the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm like him. In fact, even the 7th level heavenly Tao realm cultivation level he displayed was enough to shock the immortal emperor and company in the endless sea of battleships, fortresses, and class-level star domains to the left of the primordial forbidden grounds. Back in the primordial great world, Yi Xian had only relied on the Empyrean beast at the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm in the battle before he left. Together with the deterrence of his supreme divine power, the heaven-falling bow, he left primeval heavens fearful. Only then did he successfully leave, tearing through the void and entering the endless void turbulence. Until due to the suppression of the primordial heavenly Tao's will in the primordial great world, he had never stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. He had always been at the peak of the 9th level of the perfected desolate supremacy realm, which was only at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, in the impressions and knowledge of immortal emperor and company, Yi Xian's cultivation level was at most at the 1st level of the heavenly Tao realm even if he had made a breakthrough after entering the primordial chaos void. He had only reached the 2nd level of the heavenly Tao realm. But, they never expected that Yi Xian's cultivation level had already reached the terrifying 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm after such a short period of time. This was a cultivation level at the late stages of the heavenly Tao realm. Primeval heavens, I was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, who was at the 7th level, the difference in cultivation level was only a minor level. How could such a terrifying cultivation speed be considered unheard of? It was simply infuriating and utterly devoid of conscience. However, although they were alarmed and even felt a little envious, jealous, and resentful, Immortal Emperor and the countless experts from the 3 main dimensions of the cosmos, as well as the upper echelons of the various races and factions, all felt an unprecedented sense of hope and expectation ignite in their hearts after they snapped to their senses. Magic Hall Master Yi Xian was already at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if he was still not the primeval heaven's eyes match, it was impossible for him to perish so easily this time. Therefore, with such a terrifying cultivation speed, it would not be long before he stepped into the perfected 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm, becoming an existence at the pinnacle of the realm. When that happened, even the primeval heavens would not be his match. Once Yi Xian took action and killed him, all the captured experts of that era in the primordial great desolate forbidden zone would undoubtedly be freed from the abyss of misery. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone's eyes shone with an incomparably blazing light of expectation. Phew! At the same time, Yi Xian, who had stepped out of the void rift, did not hesitate at all. He completely ignored the fact that not a single Heavenly Tao Realm expert had appeared in the primordial Great Desolate Forbidden Zone. The primeval heavens was also nowhere to be found. It was strange that there was no response at all. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly transformed into a pale blue beam of light. With a speed that left no time for covering one's ears, he charged into the void rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers in the middle of the Forbidden Zone in the blink of an eye and vanished in the blink of an eye. It was too straightforward. It exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Xian had just arrived, and in less than 3 seconds, he had taken the initiative to enter the trap. He appeared to be so impatient. Screech, roar. Roar, screech. The instant Yi Xian's body transformed into a beam of light and charged into the void green urn from the rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, shocking roars and howls could be heard from all directions in the vast primordial Great Desolate Forbidden Zone. Among them, the roars and howls of the primeval heavens were also included. And all the roars and howls clearly exuded a thick sense of joy that could not be dissipated. Dang! However, most of them were sinister and ferocious. Rumble, whoosh. Whoosh. Terrifying thunders and ear-piercing noises came from all directions. 11 thin beams of light appeared at the same time, shooting toward the center of the forbidden area where the crack was located. They were all heading toward the center of the forbidden area. They were none other than the primeval heaven's eye, which resembled a vertical eye but was the size of a gigantic star, as well as the 10 generals under its command. They were all of different shapes and bloodlines, but all of them were extremely large in size. All of them had reached the Heavenly Tao realm in cultivation. Yi Xian, you are too conceited. You actually took the initiative to enter the trap. As the figure appeared, the gigantic vertical eye emitted the voice of the primeval heaven's eye, which clearly revealed its joy. Even he didn't think that Yi Xian would take the initiative to do so. Before he could even react, he actually took the initiative to enter the void green urn. From the looks of it, he was clearly prepared. However, it did not matter at all. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the primeval heaven's eye's voice sounded again. I believe you came prepared. However, since I have a counterplan, I naturally have the confidence to keep you here. I basically know all the means you have. With your present peak Heavenly Tao realm combat strength at the 7th stage, it's indeed very difficult for me to keep you here. However, if you include the nomological powers of the Hongshu Void, it's a different story. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Just as the voice faded, the gigantic vertical eye instantly shot out a green beam of light. The 10 Heavenly Tao realm generals around it simultaneously attacked with all their might. Each of them shot out a beam of light. Chapter 5095. Phew! A weak sonic boom sounded as Yi Xian transformed into a beam of light and charged into the void green urn. At the bottom of the urn, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher had been sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed the entire time. They had not done anything over the past month as they waited for Yi Xian's arrival. Now, everything was done. The two opened their eyes, the instant they saw Yi Xian, especially when they sensed the Heavenly Tao Realm's 7th stage aura emanating from Yi Xian's body. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's pupils constricted. Their faces revealed a mixture of shock and envy. Back then, Xingbei had joined forces with Heavenly Tao's Green Eye, or to be more exact, with the help of the Primeval Heaven's Eye's powers, to successfully enter the Milky Way stellar domain. They had also fought Yi Xian. This time, the other 2 human followers that followed Xingbei had completely perished. And the 2 of them had nearly suffered the same fate. Back then, they were only mighty figures of the primordial era and had yet to enter the primordial supreme realm. As for Yi Xian's cultivation level, it was even inferior to theirs. It could be said that if not for the heavenly Tao nascent soul corpse that had yet to leave Yi Xian's side, Yi Xian would probably have been in grave danger. But now, not much time had passed. When they met again, the two of them had allowed their souls to completely fuse with the body they possessed. Their cultivation levels had also entered the desolate supremacy realm due to their recovery from their injuries. But, compared to Yi Xian's growth rate and amplitude, all of this was nothing. It was simply unbearable to look at. It was shameful to be able to stand on the stage. In a short period of time, this human junior, who was weaker than them back then, already possessed terrifying combat strength at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. One had to know that even the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed was only at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. But how long had heavenly Tao's green eye lived? And what about this human junior who was born in the present world? Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Shueben and Mosquito Butcher revealed looks of shock and envy. Their hearts instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Several almost subconsciously, their gazes shifted at the same time, looking towards the direction of the entrance of this huge green void urn from afar. It was also at this moment that the voice of primeval heavens I came from the entrance of the green urn that was tens of millions of miles long, filled with pride and joy. I basically know all of your means. With your present peak combat strength at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm, it's indeed very difficult for me to hold you back. However, if you include the nomological powers of the great void, it's a different story. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as he said that, a green beam of light shot out from the gigantic green vertical eye. The 10 heavenly Tao realm generals around him simultaneously attacked with all their might, shooting out a beam of light each. Boom. Rumble. An astounding boom sounded as the 11 beams of light landed on the void rift that was tens of millions of miles long at the entrance of the green urn. The rift instantly closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yi Xian also turned his head to take a look. In less than 2 seconds, the void rift that was tens of millions of miles long had completely closed. The gigantic void rift no longer had an exit, turning into a dead end. There was no way to escape. Furthermore, with the only entrance and exit of the green urn that was tens of millions of miles long closed, the green urn that was tens of millions of miles wide began to shrink inwards. Although the shrinking wasn't very fast, it couldn't be stopped. After all, this was the power of the primordial chaos void's nomological powers guiding all of this. It was repairing the primordial chaos void that had been forcefully torn open. Previously, with the existence of the void rift that was tens of millions of miles wide, the primeval heavens, I was able to use the void rift as a fulcrum to constantly transmit energy into the green urn, sustaining its existence. As such, the void rift had already been patched up by the combined efforts of the primeval heavens I and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals. Now that the green urn had lost its support, it naturally began to shrink and close up. This process was something that even Yi Xian was unable to stop. Even if he had the powerful strength of a heavenly Tao realm rank 8 like the primeval heavens eye, he was still unable to stop it. On the one hand, it was because he was inside the green urn. Furthermore, the green urn no longer had the void rift that served as a fulcrum for the transmission of energy. There was no source of energy everywhere, making it an arduous and fruitless task. On the other hand, back when the primeval heavens I created the gigantic green urn, it was the result of the combined efforts of 11 heavenly Tao realm experts. And now, Yi Xian, who was inside the green urn, was only at the heavenly Tao realm despite condensing his 3 blood sea avatars and summoning the Empyrean beasts. Their strength was far from enough. Hence, the 4 of them joined forces to support the green urn's shrinking. As they were consolidating their strength from the inside, the effects were reduced by half. The final result was, at best, a slight delay in the green urn's shrinking process. Ultimately, the green urn would still vanish. The space within that spanned hundreds of billions of miles would be completely restored. And now, Yi Xian, who was inside the green urn, would be reduced to nothingness by the powerful primordial chaos void's nomological powers that he could not resist. Of course, it wasn't just Yi Xian. It was the same for Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were also inside the green urn as bait. Xing Bo had already entered the Milky Way stellar domain, so the primeval heaven's eye subordinates did not care about the two loyal generals whose cultivation levels were only at the desolate supremacy realm. Perhaps the weeping soul blood ape, who had possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, might not be able to bear it. However, he was only a general under the heavenly Tao's eye. He did not have the ability to prevent all of this from happening. You seem to have been fooled. Looking back, Yi Xian sensed the gigantic green urn slowly shrinking. A look of mockery appeared on his face. His gaze swept across Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who were at the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of miles away. He sent out a voice with his divine perception, but it remained light and airy. There was no hint of nervousness or panic. He had roughly guessed what the primeval heavens I was up to. Back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, the primeval heavens I had joined forces with more than 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts, but they had failed to truly suppress him. This ambush had lured him in, but the number of heavenly Tao realm experts that the heavenly Taos I could gather was probably about the same as the last time. After all, there were only about 10 heavenly Tao realm experts in the primordial desolate forbidden ground. As such, it was naturally impossible for him to use the same strategy as before to besiege Yi Xian in a head-on battle. He had already failed once, so how could he make such a choice again? Although Yi Xian did not guess the exact details, he had guessed that it was very likely that he would use the primordial chaos void nomological forces that even heavenly Tao realm experts could not resist to deal with him. Matter in fact, everything that was happening in front of him was indeed as such. However, this was precisely what Yi Xian was unafraid of. This was because he had the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. As long as the void did not fall into a complete chaotic seal due to the interference of the complex energies, the interstellar coordinate jump ability could be successfully activated. This time, although Yi Xian did not guess the exact details, he had expected the primeval heaven's eye's means. It was very likely that it would use the primordial chaos void nomological forces that even heavenly Tao realm experts could not resist to deal with him. And in fact, everything that was happening in front of him was indeed as such. Unfortunately, it was thinking too much in the end. Even though the void urn was slowly recovering under the influence of the primordial laws, it would vanish completely in the time for an incense stick to burn at most, and everything within the urn would be crushed into nothingness. However, 5 minutes was plenty of time for Yi Xian. It was enough for him to do many things. This method was precisely what Yi Xian was unafraid of. This was because he had the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. However, as long as the void did not fall into a complete chaotic seal due to the interference of the complex energies, the interstellar coordinate jump ability could be successfully activated. However, in other words, if he wanted to leave, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body at any time. He would instantly transform into a beam of light and use a method that would blind the primeval heaven's eye, instantly vanishing. Brain as this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian became even more certain. He could not help but think of Xing Bo again. He had always believed that the devouring system in his body was created by D-Air and had spread it outwards. He even believed that the devouring system in his body was the same as the devouring systems in Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yulinglong, and other system carriers. But in fact, he was wrong. The devouring system in his body was a devouring source seed created by Xing Bo. After Xing Bo disappeared, this devouring source seed was discovered by D-Air. He had studied it for thousands of years, but he had only scratched the surface and was unable to understand its essence. At that time, D-Air was in a hurry to increase the number of official members of the machine race, so he did not continue studying the devouring source seed. Using what he had already studied, he began to imitate ordinary devouring seeds. After creating a batch, he immediately spread them out. Not only did they spread to the three main dimensions of the universe, the air even entered the void turbulence and some black holes to imitate ordinary devouring seeds. Compared to the ordinary devouring seeds created by the air, the one in Yi Xian's body that was created by Xing Bo was clearly more mysterious. Even more so, as for his guess, this so-called devouring source seed was most likely purposely left in the air's hands by Xing Bo. Of course, there was no way to determine Xing Bo's true motive now. Perhaps he only wanted to use this devouring source seed to scheme against the air or something else. However, all of this was no longer important. What was important was that the one who was ultimately plotted against was Yi Xian. Of course, right now, Yi Xian had already found this devouring source seed in his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, he had wrapped it tightly with his consciousness and spiritual power and observed it closely. As soon as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, the air had also told him that even he did not understand this devouring source seed completely. After studying it carefully for more than 1,000 years, he had only deciphered a small part of it. An ordinary devouring source seed that was carefully imitated had at most 70% of the functions of this devouring source seed, or even less. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful this devouring source seed was. After comprehending all of this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt an incomparably intense fear towards the devouring source seed within his body. He almost impulsively took this devouring source seed out of his sea of consciousness and threw it as far away as possible. However, in the end, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse. Because this was not the wisest choice. Because, on the surface, it appeared as though he had been tricked by Xing Bo's devouring source seed, but now, Yi Xian had found it after all. Furthermore, he had set up a trap. From this point of view, this devouring source seed might be able to reverse the situation and become one of the conditions and methods Yi Xian used to deal with Xing Bo. Only. This was possible in theory. After all, Yi Xian had an electronic avatar in the form of a mechanical life form. Furthermore, there was more than one. And it was because of this reason that Yi Xian did not completely remove the devouring system in his body. Now that he was a heavenly Dao realm expert, he had the ability to do so. From the looks of it, this choice was clearly correct. But at the same time, it made him even more wary of Xing Bo's methods and mysteries. He and the primeval heavens I appeared to be in cahoots, but from the green void urn's trap, the primeval heavens I clearly did not know that Yi Xian had a devouring system in his body. It was even more unaware that the devouring source seed's growth had the fascinating ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. Just from this point, it was obvious how terrifying Xing Bo was. He was probably far stronger than the primeval heaven's eye. From the looks of it, the true enemy in the future is someone else. Yi Xian was enlightened. The so-called primeval heavens I was only the heavenly Tao's will of the primeval great world. In the primeval great world, it was invincible. But now that the primeval great world had been destroyed, the so-called primeval heavens I was no different from a powerful heavenly Tao realm beast. At that moment, even he had unknowingly shifted his future enemy from the primeval heaven's eye to Xing Bo. If the heavenly Tao's eye were to know of this, it was unknown what he would think. Boom! Rumble, at that moment, as the void rift that spanned tens of millions of kilometers was smoothed out, the gigantic green void urn began to shrink and repair itself. In less than a minute, a deep thunderous rumble sounded. The green void urn's internal space that spanned hundreds of billions of kilometers had shrunk to a size of about 90 billion kilometers. At the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of kilometers ahead, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's expressions were extremely gloomy. At that moment, they naturally realized that they had been tricked. Hong the desolate Heaven Dao's eye's methods were too insidious. He did not even spare his own people. They originally believed that Yi Xian's cultivation level was at most at the first or second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. As such, with the primeval heaven's eye's powerful strength at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, as long as Yi Xian entered the urn, there would be no way for him to escape. All he needed to do was charge into the green urn and capture Yi Xian. If they were to know that Yi Xian was at the late stages of the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, and that even the primeval heavens I needed to use the powerful nomological forces of the primordial chaos void to ensure his suppression, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher would never foolishly agree to enter the green urn as bait. That would be no different from putting themselves in danger. Once the primeval heavens I had other thoughts, they would be in danger. Heaven the Tao was heartless. This was something they knew very well. But unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already a fact, and there was no way to reverse it. At the bottom of the green urn tens of billions of kilometers away, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's expressions were extremely gloomy. They realized that they had been tricked. Hong the desolate Heaven Tao's eyes methods were too insidious. He did not even spare his own people, casually sacrificing them. The heavenly Tao was heartless. This point was perfectly illustrated in this matter. But, unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Everything was already a fact, and there was no way to reverse it. Standing in the void tens of billions of kilometers away was a powerful 7th stage heavenly Tao realm expert. With their present cultivation levels and strength, even if they charged over and self-destructed at close range, they would not be able to deal any damage to him. Besides, if he wanted to, would they even have the chance to close in? This was a complete joke. Brain with these thoughts flashing through their minds, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher exchanged looks. Following that, they turned to look at Yi Xian. Their spiritual perception voices sounded out cautiously as though they were probing him. Yi Xian, what happened before was just a misunderstanding. Now, we have realized that the heavenly Tao's eye is not a thing, that's right. Just this matter alone has caused us to fall out with him. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. In the past, there might have been a possibility of working together. At the very least, this is definitely more beneficial than you wiping us out. The two old fogies were clearly begging for mercy, but they refused to lower their heads. They insisted on working together because of their pride. Of course, they were also confident. This confidence came from the fact that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies were in their hands. This made them certain that they had something on Yi Xian. The reason why they were at the bottom of the green urn was to use themselves as bait to lure Yi Xian over. Now that Yi Xian was here, it was enough to show how much he valued Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. Under such circumstances, they were in possession of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. It was naturally equivalent to holding a bargaining chip. Even if they were begging for mercy, they could speak in such an unyielding manner. Unfortunately, although this was the truth, they had underestimated Yi Xian's means. After all, without entering the heavenly Tao realm, they would never know how terrifying a true heavenly Tao realm expert was. This apart from that, they were also completely ignorant of Yi Xian's way of doing things. This also meant that their scheme was destined to become a complete joke. Are you trying to threaten this lord in a roundabout manner? A ghastly glint flashed in his eyes as the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a look of contempt. Be it his gaze towards the duo or his tone, it was filled with mockery. A mere desolate supremacy dares to use such a matter to threaten a late-stage heavenly Tao. To think that the both of you have lived for so long. You have truly lived for nothing, few. Just as his voice faded, Yi Xian immediately attacked. He did not give Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies a chance to speak again. In fact, he was not the slightest bit interested in what these two old fellows wanted to say. As he waved his hand, a sharp sound broke through the air. Two beams of light the size of a fingertip shot out. They were so fast that even the old monster Desolate Supremacy would not have the chance to react. In less than a split second, the two beams of light that shot out entered the glabella of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies. With a flash, they disappeared. As the beams of light entered, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's eyes, which were originally filled with sinister scheming intent, instantly became sluggish. Their bodies trembled slightly as they stood rooted to the ground. The nimble aura in their bodies instantly became stiff and stagnant. If one could enter their soul sea, they would see the two beams of light appear out of thin air. The moment they entered the glabella, they appeared in the soul sea of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's soul sea. Soul above the soul sea, the desolate ancient mosquito that possessed the two bodies, as well as the soul of the other human expert that followed Xing Bo, were floating like tiny humans. As the two streaks of light shot over and appeared in the sea of souls, the expressions of the two tiny souls changed drastically. They turned around and tried to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. At this point in time, it was impossible for them to leave the soul sea even if they wanted to. The two beams of light shot out at extreme speeds and instantly penetrated the glabella of the two souls. Tight. Following that, the beams of light dissipated as the souls of the two collapsed, turning into a rain of light that scattered into the soul sea below. Whoosh, whoosh, these were the complete souls of the two old monsters, desolate supremacies. In addition, the beam that instantly destroyed the souls came from Yi Xian. It was the pure energy of a late-stage heavenly Tao realm expert. Now, they collapsed together, turning into a rain of light that scattered into the soul sea. Instantly, it was like boiling oil dripping into ice water, stirring up shocking waves in the soul sea below. Counting the time, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies had been possessed for quite some time. Thankfully, the headless infant corpse had taken action, shooting out two beams of light that entered the glabella of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. It was just like how Yi Xian had killed the duo. The only difference was that the strength and effects were different. Precisely, it was the two beams of light that enveloped Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls, protecting them. Ever since then, they had sunk into the deepest depths of the soul sea and remained dormant. That the two beams of light came from the headless infant corpse. They similarly had the strength of the heavenly Tao realm. Although they appeared inconspicuous, they were definitely not something the duo could shake. Thus therefore, although they had refined Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's bodies, making them perfectly compatible with their souls, they had never been able to harm Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls in the slightest. Now that their souls had been completely destroyed, and even the power of their souls had been transformed into a rain of light that nourished Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls, the two bodies had returned to their original bodies. Very quickly, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the two bodies' soul sea. They were like tiny humans, and they were none other than Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls. That seemed like as if it had sensed the destruction of the Soul Caesar's soul sea. The layer of light that originally enveloped their soul bodies turned into a rain of light and scattered into the soul sea below. This was obviously predetermined by the headless infant corpse. Turn. Looking at the soul sea that was filled with shocking waves, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls appeared to be in a trance. However, it quickly turned into a deep sense of pleasant surprise. The auras in their souls were rapidly rising, and the speed was so fast that it was simply shocking. This time, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. The two desolate ancient fierce Mosquito Butcher and Mosquito Butcher were ancient desolate sovereigns. Now that their complete souls had collapsed, they turned into pure soul power and rained down on Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls. Furthermore, the two pure heavenly Tao powers that the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian had shot into their soul sea had fused into their soul sea while their souls were absorbing the soul sea's powers. This three-pronged effect was clearly worth looking forward to. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's souls would experience a tremendous transformation. Their physical strength would also change as a result. Although it was impossible for them to directly enter the true heavenly Tao realm, it was clearly not too difficult for them to reach the late-stage desolate supremacy realm. It was definitely possible. Boom. Rumble. Deep rumbles continued to resound from within the green void urn. Another few dozen breaths passed. Now, the green void urn that was originally 100 billion miles wide had shrunk to less than 70 billion miles wide. Short in less than 100 breaths of time, the space had shrunk by a third, and the subsequent speed would obviously be even faster. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's calculations, in at most 100 breaths of time, this incomparably large green urn would disappear. If Yi Xian, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher were still inside the green urn, they would undoubtedly be completely crushed into nothingness. Even if Yi Xian's peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, there was no way he would be spared. The so-called Heavenly Tao realm experts were the strongest in a plane like the primordial Great World. They represented the will of the Heavenly Tao, but in the mysterious and ancient primordial chaos void, they were definitely not considered pinnacle existences. There was no way they could withstand the full suppression of the primordial chaos void's nomological powers. Such a scene was clearly impossible for Yi Xian to allow it to live. Before the void urn that spanned nearly 70 billion kilometers completely vanished, Yi Xian would definitely activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to his system and instantly leave. Just a moment ago, when he entered the green urn's interior, he had already attempted to activate it. He confirmed that the interstellar coordinate jump ability was normal, which was why he was so certain. The reason why he did not plan on leaving now was because he did not want to affect Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. Although Yi Xian hadn't entered their soul seas and hadn't even extended a strand of his divine sense to investigate, he could roughly guess what was happening in the soul seas of Shui Ben and the Mosquito Butcher. Their soul seas were going through an earth-shattering transformation, and as the level and strength of their soul bodies skyrocketed, it would definitely lead to the improvement of their physical cultivation. This process could not be affected in the slightest, or else there might be accidents. Fortunately, this kind of explosion from the depths of the soul sea would first affect the soul body, then lead to the physical body. It could be said to be a transformation from the inside to the outside. It would definitely be done quickly, so Yi Xian was not in a hurry. At this moment, he was standing leisurely in the void inside the green urn. His expression was calm, and there was even a trace of excitement and joy. His eyes were locked on Shui Ben, as if he did not sense the continuous contraction of the green urn around him at all, turning a blind eye to it. Screech, roar. After another 10 breaths of time, in the void 10 billion miles ahead, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, who had been staring at each other like puppets, suddenly opened their eyes. A blazing light flashed in the depths of their eyes. The two of them seemed to have come to an agreement. They both raised their heads and let out a violent roar, then a wild roar. As these two violent roars rang out, the cultivation aura of the two of them also rose rapidly. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping, and the extent was so shocking that it made people tremble. Before their souls recovered, the two of them, who had possessed their physical bodies, went into seclusion. They had just come out of seclusion not long ago and came to the chaos-forbidden land. During this closed-door training, the desolate ancient fierce mosquito duo refined Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original bodies. At the same time, they also improved their two bodies. When the two of them came out of closed-door training, their cultivation base was already at first-rank desolate supremacy. While, now, after the complete souls of the two desolate ancient mosquitoes collapsed, they turned into a rain of souls that scattered into the soul sea. In addition, the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian shot into the soul sea one after another, and the two pure heavenly energy that also collapsed and turned into a rain of light that scattered down. In the end, not only did the divine souls of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher transform, even the cultivation of their physical bodies had rapidly increased. The speed was too fast. In just 3 breaths of time, the cultivation aura of the two bodies had gone from the first level of the desolate realm to the 7th level of the desolate realm. Just as Yi Xian had guessed, they had entered the late stage of the desolate realm. This was definitely a great fortune. Even Yi Xian was a little jealous. One had to know that even if it was him, his true cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the desolate sovereign. He had the so-called peak combat strength of the 8th level of the Heavenly Tao realm was completely achieved by relying on the 9 Devil Ape transformations bloodline ability. How much had he experienced along the way? He had accumulated numerous opportunities to reach the 7th level of the desolate realm. As for Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher, they had only profited from a single mishap to reach the late stage of the 7th level of the desolate realm. The gap between them was imaginable. God, it was only natural that Yi Xian would be envious. Because all of this could not be replicated, at this time, as Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher's rapidly increasing cultivation aura finally stabilized at the 7th level of the desolate realm, the gorgeous transformation of their souls and bodies was finally completed. Yi Xian originally wanted to rush forward and exchange a few pleasantries before putting the two into the Shannon cauldron. Then, he would immediately leave. However, just as he was about to leave, something strange happened. Mosquito Butcher's body was originally a human expert. Therefore, when the transformation of his body and body was completed, this opportunity naturally came to an end. However, Shui Ben, on the other hand, was different. His current human form was just a transformation. Shui Ben's original form was a huge blood-red mosquito with a human head. First, previously, he had already experienced a transformation of his bloodline and was close to atavism. However, it was not complete. It could be said that he could not be considered a true ancient mosquito. One had to know that the ancient mosquito was also a connate fierce beast. It was the bloodline of the mosquito demon god, one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. Shui Ben was still a certain distance away from the connate fierce beast level of the ancient mosquito bloodline. However, this time, as his soul transformed, his body seemed to have been reborn, and his cultivation soared. Another opportunity that belonged to Shui Ben had finally arrived at the right time. Screech! With an earth-shattering roar, the human body that Shui Ben had transformed into expanded rapidly like a balloon. The speed was too fast. In just a few breaths, Shui Ben, who was just in the form of an ordinary human, had already turned into a blood-colored mosquito that was millions of miles long. His body could be said to be incomparably huge, and his entire body was blood-red. He exuded an ancient aura that was so thick that it could not be dispersed. If it was in the past, Yi Xian might not have been able to detect it, but now, he'd already hunted quite a few Xiantian fierce beasts. As a result, as Shui Ben's bloodline completely returned to its ancestral roots and revealed the true body of the desolate ancient fierce mosquito that was tens of thousands of kilometers long, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He sucked in a cold breath and instantly cried out involuntarily. It actually completely returned to its ancestral roots. Looking at this bloodline aura, it's actually a connate fierce beast level. Desolate ancient mosquito. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following his soft cry, the blood-colored mosquito that was millions of miles long shook and returned to its previous human form. Then, Shui Ben exchanged a look with Mosquito Butcher's body, who was not far away. Both of them had excited and happy expressions on their faces as they rushed towards Yi Xian. Chapter 5096. Calculating the time, Yi Xian had been separated from Shui Ben for quite some time, not to mention that Shui Ben had experienced such a dangerous thing. His physical body had been taken over, and he had almost died. Therefore, now that everything was over, the two brothers were excited and happy to see each other again. Naturally, they could not avoid exchanging pleasantries. Inverted it was Mosquito Butcher, who had never been in contact with Yi Xian before, so he stood aside and watched the two of them catch up. For a moment, he felt a little awkward. Chatting after a few words, Yi Xian took the initiative to greet Mosquito Butcher, and explained his identity and his relationship with Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. This made Mosquito Butcher realize what was going on. Soon, he was no longer embarrassed and began to chat with Yi Xian. No, this was obviously not the place to talk in detail. 2/3 of the last 100 breaths of time that Yi Xian estimated had passed. The space inside the green urn, which was nearly 70 billion miles wide, was now less than 20 billion miles wide. According to this rate, the green urn void would disappear completely in 30 breaths of time. If they didn't want to die here and be crushed into nothingness by the terrifying power of the primordial chaos void, they had to leave before that happened. Yi Xian immediately explained this matter. Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew the importance of this matter, so they naturally did not have any objections and nodded at the same time. Swoosh, a weak sound broke through the air. As Yi Xian waved his hand, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher in front of him disappeared instantly and were absorbed into the Shinong cauldron in his body. Boom. Rumble. Right at this moment, just as he was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body and directly turn into a faint ray of light, quietly leaving this place, an unexpected accident suddenly occurred. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the green urn void, which had been sealed and had shrunk to a radius of more than 10 billion miles, suddenly shook violently. The entire void fell into chaos in an instant, which made Yi Xian's expression change, and his whole heart sank. Hongmeng Void, the left bank of the Milky Way, the forbidden primordial wilderness. More than 100 breaths of time had passed since the arrival of the Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, and took the initiative to enter the Green Urn Void. In this period of time, the entire forbidden primordial wilderness was dead silent. Countless beasts in the surrounding abandoned planets were all paying close attention to the central region of the star domain. Left in the endless sea of battleships, countless experts from the three main planes of the starry skies held their breaths and gathered their gazes on the sea of battleships. They were guessing the final result of this matter, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. The Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, had already entered the Green Void Urn. Furthermore, his present cultivation level and strength had far exceeded their expectations. He had reached the terrifying Heavenly Tao Realm's 7th stage. Compared to the primeval Heaven's Eye, who was at the 8th stage, he was only one stage away, but even so, after he entered the Green Void Urn, there was no other commotion. As the void rift that spanned tens of millions of miles was mended, the entire Green Void Urn was no longer visible. The vast void in the central region of the forbidden primordial wilderness was restored to its original state. Apart from the primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Tao Realm generals under him, there was nothing else. This was to be expected. Even the Green Urn's entrance had been mended, so the Green Void Urn naturally vanished. Its continuous contraction, as well as the deep rumbling sound that resulted, was neither visible nor audible in the cosmos of the forbidden primordial wilderness. And it was precisely because of this that the upper echelons of the various races and factions from the three main dimensions of the cosmos were feeling uneasy. Yi Xian was their only hope. Even if they did not help him this time, as long as he did not fall into the primeval Heaven's Eye's trap and left safely, there was still a chance in the future. But if he were to perish, it would truly be the end. Shoo! 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 While everyone was feeling uneasy, in the middle of the forbidden star domain, a gigantic green vertical eye that resembled a star instantly shot out a gigantic green beam of light. Not only did the primeval Heaven's Eye attack again, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape and the other 10 Heavenly Tao Realm ferocious beast generals gathered around it also took action. Each of them shot out a gigantic beam of light that converged at the same spot where the green beam of light had struck. Screech! At the same time, the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape raised its head and let out a shocking screech. He was using that strange bloodline divine power again. Here at that moment, as the screech sounded, the blood-colored horn on the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's head emitted invisible blood-colored ripples that surged out. It fused with the 11 beams of light that had just converged in the void before spreading out. Blinking. In a blink of an eye, it transformed into a strange blood-green screen of light. Here this blood-green screen of light that was formed from the fusion of the energy beams of 11 Heavenly Tao Realm experts as well as the power of the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape's strange bloodline divine power spanned an extremely large area, reaching a size of 50 billion kilometers. At that moment, as the gigantic blood-green screen of light appeared and enveloped the void, the 50 billion kilometer stellar domain's void began to tremble violently. The void's forces instantly turned chaotic as everything within the 50 billion kilometer region turned hazy. Looking at it with the naked eye, everything appeared indistinct and surreal, as though it was an illusion. That was even when one extended their spiritual perception to probe, it was very difficult to obtain accurate information. This was the result of 11 heavenly Tao realm experts joining forces to cause chaos in the void. It was obvious how powerful it was. Very soon, in this hazy and chaotic expanse of space, the shadow of a huge green urn appeared. It was about 10 billion kilometers in diameter, but it was still condensing inwards. Look! At this rate of condensation, it would take at most 20 breaths of time before this extremely hazy shadow-like green urn would completely disappear. At that moment, Primeval Heaven's eyes' deep voice sounded with endless joy. It's a success. He's still inside. His aura is still the same, he. Previously, he had already used that strange method to escape from me twice. He didn't leave behind any clues and was completely untraceable. Since we have ambushed him this time, how can I not be on guard? Now, the void within the 50 billion kilometer region is in complete chaos. Just like back in the demonic wolf forbidden ground, there's no way to teleport. His mysterious escape technique can't be activated either. In this way, in at most 20 breaths of time, this void green urn, which has a circumference of 10 billion kilometers, will completely disappear as it continues to condense. All the existences inside the green urn will be completely crushed into nothingness under the power of the powerful primordial void laws. Even late-stage heavenly Tao realm experts at the 7th stage won't be spared. There's no chance of survival. Primordial chaos forbidden ground. Forbidden ground in the central zone of the Earthstar domain, the 11 heavenly Tao realm experts led by the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed were gathered. They were encircling a void that spanned 5 million kilometers. Now, it was in complete chaos. Even void teleportation was impossible. In the chaotic void that spanned 5 million kilometers, one could vaguely see a gigantic sealed void green urn. Now, it was less than 50 billion kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was still shrinking. At this rate, it would vanish completely in less than 30 seconds. This scene made Primeval Heaven's eye feel relieved. In his delight, he let out a strange laugh and his voice sounded. GGG. Previously, he had already used that strange method to escape from my hands twice, not leaving behind a single clue. How could I not be on guard against this? Now, the void within the 50 billion kilometer region is in complete chaos. In another 20 seconds, the void green urn will vanish from the continuous contraction. All existences inside the green urn will be reduced to nothingness. He was extremely confident about this because he had done his research on Yi Xian's means. After all, with his shrewdness, it was impossible for him to take action without absolute confidence since he had gone to great lengths to set up such a trap. No, it was only the primordial heavenly Tao's azure eye. It was the same for the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts under his command, led by the weeping soul blood ape. At that moment, as the heavenly Tao's azure eye's voice sounded, the 10 heavenly Tao realm beasts' auras turned intense. They were eager to give it a try. Although they had never fought the so-called Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, or even made contact with him, they had heard Primeval Heaven's eye mention it. Now, as the void green urn continued shrinking, the Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, was doomed. He was bound to perish. But, some of the treasures on him should be left behind, such as the Shinong Cauldron or the 9-colored Sea of Flames. These items would be squeezed out when the green urn shrank to its limits. After all, they were treasures of an era that contained a sliver of connate light from Providence. The primordial chaos void laws would not be destroyed just like that. They even hoped that the rather extraordinary Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, would be able to escape with a wisp of his remnant soul. That way, as long as this wisp of remnant soul landed in their hands, they could search his soul and obtain the various supreme mystic techniques and bloodline divine powers he possessed. For example, the profundities of the heaven-falling bow, or the heaven-defying mystic technique that allowed one's cultivation level to increase by an entire realm without any time limit. These were all supreme treasures. Even supreme existences at the heavenly Tao realm would not be unmoved. Meanwhile, just as the primordial heavenly Tao azure-eyed and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul blood ape were filled with hope, in the endless sea of battleships to the left of the distant stellar domain. Come. The higher-ups of the various races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry heavens were all ashen. They similarly saw the scene in the stellar domain center. They saw the chaotic sealed void that spanned 50 billion kilometers, as well as the green urn that had shrunk to less than 50 billion kilometers in size. The green urn was clearly still sealed. In such a situation where the void was in complete chaos, it was impossible for Magic Hall Master, Yi Xian, to use teleportation or other mystic techniques to escape despite being a late-stage 7th-stage heavenly Tao. This was definitely a sign of his imminent demise. At most, a wisp of his remnant soul would escape. Furthermore, time was already running out. It was imminent, at most a few seconds. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, everyone's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. At this moment, they finally tasted the bitterness of complete despair. Even if the Demon Hall's master, Yi Xian, didn't save them this time, as long as he successfully escaped, there would still be hope. But now... Look, that green urn, looks like there's a hole in it. Even as that formless scent of despair silently spread in the hearts of countless champions in the 3 major celestial planes, a soft cry of a breakthrough suddenly echoed from the main control cabin of the large star fortress where the leaders of the 2 human factions and the Temple of Glory were gathered. It was filled with hesitation and disbelief, but more than that, it was an incomparably strong cry of astonishment. Some of them shuddered violently and subconsciously turned to look at the holographic screen in the main control cabin. Then, their eyes widened as they gasped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the next moment, joyous cries echoed from the cabins of the battleships like a tidal wave that blanketed the world. Heavens, what happened? There's clearly a hole at the bottom of the green urn. It's very small and inconspicuous, but it's very clear. The green urn broke. There was a hole in it due to some accident. Yi Xian is a Class 7 late-stage heavenly Tao realm. He would definitely be able to seize the opportunity to escape. After leaving the green urn, all he has to do is charge out of that chaotic and seemingly sealed 50 billion miles of void and teleport away instantly. The last ray of hope is preserved. We still have a chance at freedom. The heavens have taken pity on us. At the same time, in the middle of the void in the primordial forbidden lands, the primordial heavenly Tao green-eyed and his 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beasts, led by the weeping soul blood ape, had their smiles come to a halt. Tight. Then, as if in agreement, the 11 heavenly Tao realm existences let out a shocking roar at the same time. Roar. Roar, screech. What happened? Why is there a hole in the green urn? Attack immediately. We have to stop the master of the magic hall before he escapes the sealed 50 billion miles. Boom. Rumble, with a furious roar, the 11 figures moved in unison. The strength in their bodies was pushed to its limits as they charged in the direction of the hole in the green urn. The situation was completely reversed in a split second. The atmosphere in the forbidden area of the primitive world was completely stagnant and tense, green, inside the urn. Positive just as Yi Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body and instantly leave, the green urn suddenly quaked violently. This was clearly a result of the void being disturbed by a powerful external force, causing it to fall into a chaotic rhythm. Without a doubt, the ones who had taken action were Primeval Heaven's Eye and the Heavenly Tao Realm Feral Beast Generals under him. Just 2 or 3 Heavenly Tao Realm experts were unable to do so. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart sank to rock bottom. At that moment, he was truly flustered. In just a few seconds, the green urn that had a diameter of more than 10 billion miles had shrunk to less than 10 billion miles. Pressing on, at this rate, it would take at most a dozen breaths before the entire void green urn completely disappeared. At that time, it would be the time of Yi Xian's death. Positive just as he was burning with anxiety, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the green urn more than 2 billion miles away. It left Yi Xian stunned as he opened his mouth wide in a daze. Primeval Forbidden Zone, 50 billion miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Ever since Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher entered the Forbidden Star area of Untainted Universe, Shi Wanjin, who had been following them all the way, had been hiding in a remote corner of the void, concealing his aura and silently lurking there. Positive. During the month that Primeval Heavens I set up the green urn and waited for Yi Xian's arrival. Lion Wanjin's lurking figure had not moved at all. However, his attention was highly focused as he captured any abnormal fluctuations in the void. These weak energy fluctuations were like clues to him, which he could use to understand the situation in the Primeval Forbidden Zone. Although it was impossible to know everything in detail, he could still grasp the general situation. This was a special bloodline ability that Shi Wanjin had awakened after the transformation of his divine soul bloodline and the awakening of his thunder poison tribulation body. It was not a divine ability, nor a secret technique, but it was no weaker than any of them. This ability was somewhat similar to some of the abilities of the Space Bug Clan. The Space Bug Clan could keenly capture extremely weak energy fluctuations in the void through their antennae and obtain information from them. In fact, Shi Wanjin, who now had the Thunder Poison Tribulation body, was far superior to the Space Bug Clan in this aspect. Although they were separated by hundreds of millions of miles in the void, it had been a month after all. Even if the energy fluctuations in the Primeval Forbidden Zone were extremely weak, they could not escape Shi Wanjin's keen perception. As early as 10 days ago, he had learned everything. He knew that Primeval Heavens I had used Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher as bait to set up a green urn in the void to lure his master, Yi Xian, into the urn and kill him. Before Shi Wanjin's Thunder Poison Tribulation body had awakened, his entire body and divine soul had been completely refined by Yi Xian's slave seal. Therefore, after the Lightning Poison Tribulation had completely awakened, nothing had changed in the slightest. His loyalty to Yi Xian had always been the same. Since he knew that his master was in danger, Shi Wanjin naturally could not stand idly by. However, he did not act rashly. In the following 10 days, he calmly made inferences. When Yi Xian arrived, he instantly sensed him. After all, he was a late-stage Heavenly Tao realm existence. Furthermore, Yi Xian was not launching a sneak attack this time. Instead, he was rushing over openly. His aura did not converge in the slightest. Then, at the next moment, at the instant Yi Xian entered the green urn, Shi Wanjin, who had not moved for more than a month, finally moved. He remained concealed and converged his aura. This was also the ability of the awakened Thunder Poison Tribulation body. Although it could not compare to the heaven-defying effects of Yi Xian's Psyche Mystic technique, Perfect Pulse, it was not much different. Until, with his Desolate Supremacy realm cultivation level, even powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences would not easily discover him unless they deliberately probed him carefully. In fact, with Yi Xian's arrival, Primeval Heavens I and the 10 Heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals under him had all focused their attention on the green urn. They had no intention of paying attention to anything else, nor did they imagine that someone would dare infiltrate the desolate wilderness forbidden ground at such a time. Even in the deeper waters of the Milky Way's left bank, the desolate wilderness forbidden ground, which had 11 powerful Heavenly Tao realm existences presiding over it, was definitely an extremely powerful existence. Although it was not ranked in the top 10, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to easily provoke it. Under such circumstances, Shi Wanjin, who had fully powered his mystic technique, carefully proceeded forward. Finally, he successfully entered the desolate wilderness forbidden ground and lay in ambush beside the green urn. He did not immediately take action because the situation back then did not require it. Although Shi Wanjin did not know what the interstellar coordinate jump ability of Yi Xian's devouring system was, he knew that Yi Xian had the means to escape without leaving a trace. The situation back then was unable to keep Yi Xian, but Shi Wanjin strongly suspected that the primeval heaven's eyes setup was not that simple. Therefore, he lay in ambush. Indeed, what happened next confirmed his guess. In fact, Yi Xian had also guessed it, but he was also a powerful existence at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. He knew that such means required time to set up and prepare. As for Yi Xian, he did not expect that Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher would need so much time to complete their metamorphosis. His inference had made a mistake, and although it was just a few seconds, the final outcome was that he nearly fell into a dire situation. There is still Shi Wanjin. When the primordial heavenly Tao Green Eye and the 10 heavenly Tao realm ferocious beast generals led by the weeping soul sanguine ape attacked simultaneously, sealing the vast void that spanned 50 billion kilometers around the green urn, Shi Wanjin took action. He remained concealed and converged his aura. Without anyone noticing, he reached the bottom of the green urn that had shrunk to a circumference of about 50 billion kilometers. However, following that, he began to chew on it. That's right, he used his mouth to chew on it. It was the simplest and crudest method. To others, this was clearly impossible. Even Yi Xian himself was incapable of doing so. His teeth were not that good. However, Shi Wanjin was different. Ever since his lightning poison tribulation body awakened, his teeth had become better. After his cultivation level entered the supreme primordial realm, the situation became even more obvious. As mentioned previously, his lightning poison tribulation body could devour everything. It was about the same as Yi Xian's treasure-devouring body. However, the treasure-devouring body devoured energy. As for Shi Wanjin's lightning poison tribulation body, it could also devour other objects apart from energy. However, it was more troublesome. He could only chew on it bite by bite. If he was willing, even a star could be devoured bite by bite, digesting it and transforming it into a resource that boosted his cultivation level. However, if he were to reveal his berserk lion bloodline true body, with his present desolate supremacy cultivation level, he could travel 5 million kilometers. That would allow him to devour faster. No. If he were to do so, he would instantly be exposed. He was only a first-stage desolate supremacy. If he were to expose himself and be discovered by the primeval heaven's eye, the other party would definitely be able to kill him before he could chew on the green urn. Therefore, Shi Wanjin did not do so. He continued maintaining his human appearance as he chomped on the bottom of the green urn. This was the void green urn that was condensed from the primordial chaos void law. Even with his heaven-defying teeth, it was extremely slow for him to chew on it. However, even so, under Shi Wanjin's all-out effort, in less than 10 breaths, a small hole was finally bitten out of the bottom of the green urn. It was not big, only the size of a fist. However, the appearance of this small hole was extremely significant. Because it represented that the originally completely sealed void green urn, which didn't have the slightest gap, had been destroyed. It was precisely because of the appearance of this fist-sized gap that the danger of Yi Xian being trapped within the green urn was instantly resolved. Inside the green urn, the original diameter of the green urn had shrunk to less than 10 billion kilometers. It was only around 8 billion kilometers. According to this rate, the entire void green urn would disappear in at most 10 breaths of time. At that time, it would be the time of Yi Xian's death. Facing all this, Yi Xian's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, he was truly panicking. In fact, with his methods, it was not impossible to break through this void green urn, but it required time. In less than 10 breaths of time, it was impossible for him to complete it. Just as he was burning with anxiety, a hole suddenly appeared at the bottom of the green urn more than 2 billion kilometers away, causing Yi Xian to be stunned and his mouth to open wide in shock. Swish! In the next moment, with an incomparably weak sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light rushed in from the fist-sized hole. In a flash, it turned into Shi Wanjin's figure, and he opened his mouth and called out, "Master, it's you?" Yi Xian was dumbstruck, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No matter what, he never thought that someone would save him at such a critical moment. Furthermore, this person was actually Shi Wanjin. Compared to this extreme surprise, he was not so surprised that Shi Wanjin had already reached the first level of the desolate realm. This fellow's divine soul and body had completely transformed, and he had awakened the lightning poison tribulation physique. It was as though he had been reborn, and he possessed a terrifying devouring ability that was not inferior to his devouring treasure physique. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that Shi Wanjin had left him to develop and grow in the outside world for quite some time, it was reasonable for him to enter the desolate realm. But, even so, it was absolutely impossible for him to make a hole in the void green urn, even if the hole was only the size of a fist. After all, the void green urn was condensed from the powerful primordial void laws. Even if Yi Xian, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm, could break it, it was absolutely impossible for him to do so in a short period of time. He would need at least 30 breaths of time. But, in fact, from the time he entered the void green urn to the time when the primeval heavens sealed the 10 million kilometer wide hole until now, a total of less than 30 breaths had passed. Yi Xian could not figure out how Shi Wanjin did it. At this moment, his entire mind was in a daze, buzzing, and his expression was as though he had just seen a ghost. It was extremely brilliant. This is condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. After a breath of time, he finally came back to his senses. His body trembled slightly, and at the same time he gasped. He subconsciously asked with a tone full of emotion, "You? How did you do it?" "Good teeth, gnawing it out," Shi Wanjin replied. Shi Wanjin gave a simple reply before pointing at the fist-sized hole behind him. He reminded him, "Shouldn't we be leaving? The heavenly Taos, I should have discovered it." This sentence reminded Yi Xian. Although he was deeply suspicious of Shi Wanjin's claim of having good teeth and gnawing it out, now was not the time to delve into this matter. On one hand, the primeval heavens, I must have sensed something amiss and should be rushing over. On the other hand, the fist-sized hole that Shi Wanjin suspected to have gnawed out had shrunk by half in just a few breaths of time. This, clearly, it was the result of the primordial void law's influence. In just a few more breaths of time, the hole would have closed again. In fact, in just a few words, the void green urn, which had already shrunk to a radius of more than 8 billion miles, seemed to have shrunk even more. Now, it was less than 6 billion miles, and at most, it would disappear completely in 6 breaths of time. The situation was critical, and there was no time to delay. Xiao. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not continue to delay. With a wave of his hand, he directly put Shi Wanjin in front of him into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the hole at the bottom of the green urn that had shrunk to the size of half a fist. The moment he rushed out of the hole, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relaxed by half. However, it was only half because he was not really out of the predicament yet. Although he had rushed out of the void green urn, the void outside the green urn was still in chaos. Moreover, it was a vast area of 50 billion miles. In the 50 billion miles of chaotic void, Yi Xian could not activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the devouring system in his body and leave calmly in this way. Xiao. An incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. After his body rushed out of the half-fist hole at the bottom of the green urn, Yi Xian's divine sense spread out and probed the closest distance. Without any hesitation, he activated all the energy in his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body transformed into a ray of light that surpassed the speed of lightning as he charged forward. Roar! Damn it, you actually managed to escape. A few of them cursed. At the same time, 10 billion miles behind him, Primeval Heaven's eyes' shocking roar could be heard, revealing a trace of fluster and exasperation that could not be dispersed. He was really angry. Everything was about to be completed, but at the final moment of harvest, such an accident happened. Until now, he still did not understand how the hole at the bottom of the void green urn, which was only the size of a fist, had appeared, but all of this was not important. The moment he saw Yi Xian's figure rush out of the hole at the bottom of the green urn, Primeval Heaven's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He realized that today was probably going to be a wasted effort again. No. No. The present Yi Xian was still in the chaotic void that spanned 50 billion miles after all. There was no way for him to use his teleportation ability, nor was it possible for him to use his freakish mystic technique to escape instantly. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Roar! Roar! Screech! Amidst the astounding roars, Primeval Heaven's Eye and the 10 Heavenly Dao Realm ferocious beast generals, with the Weeping Soul Sanguine Ape as the lead, pushed their powers to the limits. They transformed into 11 blazing auroras that flanked Yi Xian from the left and right. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Leave the spot where Yi Xian had rushed out from the bottom of the void green urn was only about 10 billion miles away from the edge of the chaotic void. And this was the direction he had chosen. 10 billion miles was just a matter of seconds for Yi Xian, whose peak combat strength had reached the 8th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. At the instant he moved, he had already activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. Just as he rushed out from the edge of the chaotic void, the interstellar coordinate jump ability was instantly activated. Phew! A beam of light flashed, enveloping Yi Xian's figure. With a flash, it instantly vanished with his figure, leaving no traces behind. It was completely untraceable. Screech! At that moment, Primeval Heaven's Eye's roar that was filled with endless indignation resounded throughout the vast desolate forbidden land. Chapter 5097. In the primordial void, in the endless dark zone that was extremely far away from the two sides of the Milky Way, near the base camp of the Source Nest star, whoosh, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and an imperceptible flash appeared, followed by Yi Xian's figure. He had just left the forbidden land of the left bank of the Milky Way and activated the interstellar coordinate ability of the devouring system in his body. The locked jump coordinate was near the base camp of the Source Nest star. A long time ago, after he returned from the endless turbulent void, he took the opportunity to go to the Source Nest star, but he didn't stay for long at that time because the Magic Hall army was in trouble, so he left in a hurry. Here at this moment, as soon as his figure appeared, he directly rushed to the Source Nest star in the void in front of him. He used his divine sense to explore. The surroundings of the Source Nest star were extremely quiet. Even from far away, he could vaguely see the surface of the Source Nest star. Not Chen had some teams of ferocious beasts and demonic cultivators patrolling the area. As his figure turned into a ray of light and directly landed on the Source Nest star, the patrolling teams of demonic cultivators and ferocious beasts immediately swarmed over. Yi Xian didn't stay here for too long, then his figure flashed and went underground, directly entering the first layer of the Life Giant Fortress's inner space. Such as now, the entire interior of the Source Nest star had been swallowed by the Life Giant Fortress. Under the shallow layer of rock on the surface was the entire Life Giant Fortress. It was extremely huge, and with the use of space folding technology inside, it was so vast that one couldn't see the end at all. The news of his return was quickly transmitted by the patrol team on the surface of the star. A large number of space beasts were rushing over, and among them, Gui Haidao, Zhang Qingyu, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Zhuo Fengtai, and other demon powerhouses were clearly seen. Including the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Silver Pole were also rushing over. Everyone was extremely excited. This time, He didn't leave for long, so the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Silver Pole, Gue Hai Dao, and other trusted subordinates still had the same cultivation base. This in the past few years, all his trusted subordinates that had been left behind on Source Nest Star had cultivated wholeheartedly, and their strengths were rather extraordinary now. The Flying Centipede and Old Monster Silver Dawn were already exalted realm experts, and they weren't far away from the primordial era. As for the 8 Vidra warriors, Gue Hai Dao, Tsang Qingyu, as well as the leaders of the demon army, including Naibua Mountain, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and Zhuo Feng Tai, they were all universe masters, and they were at the late stage of this realm. They were not too far away from becoming universe supreme masters. The 20,000 great beings under Yu Gue Hai Dao and Tsang Qingyu all had the power of universe knights. Even though they were only at the initial stage, as long as they were provided with a large amount of cultivation resources, it wouldn't be long before the entire demon army of 20,000 cultivators would progress in their cultivation once again. They had been nurturing Gue Hai Dao and Tsang Qingyu's 20,000 demon soldiers as an elite troop. They had invested a lot of top-tier cultivation resources into them over the years. Such as now, it seemed that the results were amazing, but this wasn't the end. Everything had to continue. Thinking that there would be a demon army of 20,000 universe knights soon, Yi Xian felt extremely gratified. However, he couldn't wait to see how far this elite demon army, which had been following him since the beginning, could reach in the end. Besides the demon army, the space beasts and the 10 million ferocious beasts under Old Pig Demon's command had also made amazing progress in their cultivation. Last time, when Yi Xian left with Old Pig Demon, there were already 7 great beings at the initial stage in the ferocious beast army. After all, when Yi Xian left, he had left behind a few level 28 great beings pills. At that time, there were already 9 universe masters in the ferocious beast army. After dozens of years, there were 7 great beings at the first stage, which was normal. Now, a few years had passed, and the other 2 universe supreme ferocious beasts had also become great beings. Now, there were a total of 9 great beings at the level of great beings in the ferocious beast army, and there were more than 1,000 universe knights and universe masters. All of them were at least emperors or above. With 10 million emperors, this was definitely an elite ferocious beast army. After chatting with the generals who were guarding the Source Nest base camp for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and summoned Shi Wanjin, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher's original body from Shenong Treasure Cauldron. Among the 3 of them, Shi Wanjin and Shui Ben had stayed in the Source Nest base camp before, so they were familiar with it. However, Mosquito Butcher's original body was very curious. He looked around, and from time to time, he was shocked and surprised. Good. After all, he came from one of the 3 main space planes, so he had been exposed to modern technology before. Although he was shocked by the size and high end of the Life Giant Fortress in Long Yihao Life Giant Fortress, it wasn't unacceptable. He quickly got used to it. What happened just now? That fist-sized hole at the bottom of the green void urn. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought up the important matter and turned to look at Shi Wanjin. His expression was serious as he revealed a strange expression. It can't be that you really ate it bite by bite, right? Yes, master. Shi Wanjin replied. Wanjin's expression was calm as he nodded and replied, ever since my soul and bloodline transformed and I awakened the Thunder Poison Tribulation physique, I've been mastering some unique abilities. For example, what you just said is one of them. At this point, Shi Wanjin seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, but that green void urn was condensed from the primordial chaos laws after all, so it's extraordinarily tough. It's definitely the most difficult thing to eat that I've ever eaten. Back then, I only bit out a fist-sized hole, but my teeth were already numb. Shi Wanjin was obviously complaining that the green void urn was too tough, and it was extremely uncomfortable to chew on it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was dumbstruck on the spot. He stared blankly at Shi Wanjin, as if he was completely shocked by him. That void green urn was condensed from the power of the laws of the primordial chaos. Even though Yi Xian could break it, it would take him a long time to do so. Moreover, he would need to use all of his methods, such as the divine known 9-colored flames and even the heavenly fallen bow, a powerful bloodline ability. However, Shi Wanjin was so simple and violent. He actually used his teeth to bite out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Even if someone patted their chest and told him about it, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind. Caught off guard, he actually gave himself a big fright. Lion. Shi Wanjin's words allowed Yi Xian to confirm his terrifying ability. He never thought that Shi Wanjin would be so simple and violent. He actually bit out a fist-sized hole in the green void urn. This, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine it. While his thoughts were running wild, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea popped up in his mind, and he was caught off guard. It actually gave him a big fright. In theory, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void was condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law, and the layer of invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way was also condensed from the power of the Hongmeng Void Law. The essence of each was the same, but the strength was different. For example, the green void urn in the forbidden land of the Hongmeng Void. The current Yi Xian could still break it with a little time if he used all his means. However, with Yi Xian's current strength and means, it was absolutely impossible for him to break the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way with his own strength. But after all, it was not absolutely indestructible and unbreakable. Until Xiao Xingbo and the headless baby corpse had successfully broken it one after another. Then, at the critical moment, they rushed into it and entered the interior of the Milky Way. Dang! However, even though Xingbo and the headless infant corpse had successfully created a small hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way galaxy, the speed at which the hole was repaired was extremely fast. It was simply infuriating. In just a flash, the barrier was restored to its original state. But it didn't matter. As long as Shi Wanjin's freakishly good teeth could bite through this invisible barrier, even if it was only a small pinhole-sized hole, even if this hole only existed for 1/10 of an instant, it would be quickly repaired under the influence of the extremely powerful Hongmeng Void Law. For Yi Xian, it was still enough. With that 1/10 of an instant, he could definitely take the opportunity to rush into the interior of the Milky Way star field. Dang! However, whether this matter can succeed is still unknown, but at least it's worth a try. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. After making the decision, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin, and then with a wave of his hand, he took him, Shui Ben, and Mosquito Butcher into the Shenong cauldron in his body. Then Yi Xian, Gui Hai Yidao, the 8 great guardian deities, and the others left the Source Nest Star base camp immediately. This time, the destination he was going to was the dark area at the end of the right side of the Milky Way. This Milky Way star field was vast and boundless, and its entire body was enveloped and protected by a layer of invisible barrier. In fact, Yi Xian could start anywhere, but there were many ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way. This kind of thing was too shocking. If it was spied on by someone, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. By the reason why the ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields on both sides of the Milky Way star field existed was actually because of the Milky Way star field. Some of the powerful ferocious beasts and remnant star fields in the ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields have been waiting for countless years on both sides of the Milky Way. The only thing they want is to be able to enter the Milky Way star field and compete for the Hongmeng destiny of the next era. If they knew that Shi Wanjin had such abnormal teeth that he could bite a small hole in the invisible barrier formed by the powerful Hongmeng void law that enveloped and protected the Milky Way star field, and let people enter in advance, I'm afraid that all the ferocious beasts and remnant star fields who knew this news would go crazy. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi Xian decided to try this matter in the dark area at the end of both sides of the Milky Way star field where there was no starlight, but there were also no ferocious beast forbidden lands and remnant star fields. After a few days, they arrived at their destination. It was already dark in front of them, and only some faint starlight could be seen on the left side. That was the Milky Way star field. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian summoned Shi Wanjin from the space inside the Shenong cauldron and took him to the edge of the Milky Way star field. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Try it later and see if you can bite it. Shi Wanjin said. Shi Wanjin understood instantly, and a dull expression appeared on his face. Apparently, he was a little stunned. He had never thought of such a thing, nor did he dare to try it at all. How could the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field and protected it for countless years be so easy to bite through? Swoosh! While he was dumbfounded, Yi Xian had already begun to act. With a wave of his hand, a light beam shot out, rushing towards the Milky Way star field ahead. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded, and the light beam shot out and stopped abruptly in front of thousands of miles away. A layer of hazy barrier appeared in front of the light beam, but it was only about 1,000 feet long. There was no similar hazy barrier in other areas. The entire Milky Way star field was so vast and boundless, although it was shrouded and protected by an invisible barrier condensed by the power of the primordial chaos void law. However, it was impossible for an impact force to appear in any place. The entire huge invisible barrier that enveloped the Milky Way star field appeared, now that the light beam hit it. Although the hazy barrier was only 1,000 feet long, it would be wrong to think that there was no barrier in other areas that didn't appear. He didn't believe that if he sent another light beam to other places, a hazy barrier would immediately appear there. Come, try biting it. Seeing this hazy barrier that was only 1,000 feet long appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the hazy barrier that suddenly appeared in the void thousands of miles away, hinting Shi Wanjin to try it. In this way, it seemed that it was impossible not to bite it. Shi Wanjin, a depressed look appeared on Shi Wanjin's face, but he didn't say anything. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a light beam and blasted away. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of this hazy barrier. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and then directly opened his mouth and gnawed on it. No, needless to say, this scene was really strange to the extreme. If there were some space beasts or survivors on both sides of the Milky Way star field passing by at this time, and suddenly saw such a scene, someone lying on the invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field and directly gnawed on it, I'm afraid that they would faint on the spot. Yi Xian's face showed a very expectant expression. Although he didn't have much confidence, at least he had some expectations in his heart. After all, Shi Wanjin had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land before. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi Wanjin gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up, and turned to look at him with a bitter face. Although Shi Wanjin had directly gnawed on the void green jar in the forbidden area of the Great Desolate Land before, Yi Xian obviously still underestimated the toughness of this invisible barrier that enveloped and protected the entire Milky Way star field. Shi Wanjin gnawed for a long time, but there was no movement at all. In the end, he seemed to have given up. He turned to look at him with a bitter face, and said pitifully, "Master, the roots of my teeth are sore. I can't bite it. Can't bite it." Yi Xian's face showed a look of disappointment, and subconsciously turned to look at the place where he had just gnawed. In an instant, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. These are teeth marks. In the line, the place where Shi Wanjin had just gnawed had clearly left a few teeth marks on the hazy barrier membrane. At this time, perhaps because of the influence of the primordial chaos void law, the hazy barrier membrane that had been gnawed on with teeth marks was being repaired. Thus, therefore, these clear teeth marks are slowly disappearing. That's right, after gnawing for a long time, only a few teeth marks were left. The roots of my teeth are sore, and I really can't bite it. Wanjin also looked back at the barrier membrane, and his face was full of bitterness. Master, there's no need to think about this matter anymore. It's simply impossible. You call this can't bite it? You've already gnawed on it. Yi Xian was stunned. Xian was stunned for a few moments before he regained his senses. An incomparably excited expression immediately appeared on his face. This is the strongest barrier condensed from the power of the primordial void laws. To think that you were able to leave a bite mark on it. Just this alone is enough to explain the problem. Halfway through his sentence, he turned to look at Shi Wanjin again, and his eyes revealed an encouraging look. It should be because your cultivation level is insufficient. It doesn't matter, after all, you are only a first-order desolate supremacy, just a first-order desolate supremacy, and you are already able to gnaw on the strongest barrier membrane, leaving teeth marks. If your cultivation level is increased by another large realm, reaching the first-order heavenly Tao realm, there is a high chance of success. According to his deduction, the result was indeed so. After all, the difference between a first-order desolate supremacy and a first-order heavenly Tao realm was like the difference between the sky and the abyss. Furthermore, Yi Xian did not want to gnaw a large hole in this barrier membrane. He only needed a small hole the size of a needle's eye. Even if it only existed for 1/10 of an instant, it was enough. All right, then. I'll try again in the future. Upon hearing Yi Xian's intention to let him continue gnawing on it in the future, the bitterness on Shi Wanjin's face became even stronger. No. Right now, he was only a first-order desolate supremacy, and was still extremely far away from the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, although he was depressed, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. At least for now, he did not need to continue gnawing on it. After gnawing for half a day, his teeth were really sore. However, although there is no need to try again on this barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, we still have another chance. On the side, just as Shi Wanjin secretly heaved a sigh of relief, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic. From his words, it was clear that he wanted to continue gnawing on it. Shi Wanjin was so frightened that his heart, which had just calmed down, immediately rose to his throat. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. Don't worry, according to my calculations, we shouldn't return empty-handed this time. After glancing at him, Yi Xian comforted him with a few words, then continued, although you can't gnaw on this invisible barrier membrane that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field for the time being, the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely not as tough, according to my calculations, although the barrier membranes that envelop the nesting stars are definitely stronger than the void green urn in the great desolate forbidden land. Compared to the invisible barrier that envelopes the entire Milky Way star field, it is definitely much weaker. Even if your current cultivation is only a first-order desolate supremacy, it may not be as easy to gnaw on the void green urn in the great desolate forbidden land, but as long as you spend some time and teeth, you should still be able to gnaw on it. There's a total of 3,000 source hive stars in the boundlessly vast primordial void. Because the primordial void is too vast and completely dark, these 3,000 source hive stars are truly difficult to find. It's even to the extent that some source hive stars that are located in extremely remote locations have probably never been discovered by anyone. But before I found the Milky Way star field, I happened to encounter some nesting stars in the void and recorded their void coordinates. These nesting stars are all enveloped by an invisible barrier membrane, and can no longer be entered, indicating that the chaos seeds nurtured inside have already sprouted. every chaos seed will eventually give birth to a chaos demon god. There are a total of 3,000 nesting stars, and they can eventually give birth to 3,000 chaos demon gods. These 3,000 chaos demon gods are the protagonists of the next primordial era, and even the bloodline descendants they give birth to in the future will be the innate life forms of the next primordial era. Oh, no, there are no more than 3,000 chaos demon gods, at most 2,999, because one of the nesting stars has been destroyed by me and transformed into the base camp of the nesting star. At this point, Yi Xian took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes burned even brighter. It's impossible for us to grasp all 3,000 origin nest stars in our hands. However, it's completely possible for us to grasp a small portion of them, as if we're stealing from the heavens. The chaos seeds and the nesting stars are still in the process of being nurtured, and have not given birth to consciousness at all. As long as we can bite a small hole in the invisible barrier that covers the nesting stars, some of the higher-ups in the magic hall with special bloodlines will be able to enter the nesting stars. Once the dove occupies the nest and successfully replaces the chaos seed that is still in the process of being nurtured, or even devours it, when the new primordial era begins in the future, it will directly transform into a powerful chaos demon god. This is also to seize the destiny of the next primordial era. It was not that Yi Xian had not done this before. The largest nesting star that nurtured the strength demon god among the 3,000 nesting stars was now occupied by one of his doppelgangers. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest doppelganger. With this successful precedent, now that there was a way to enter the sealed nesting stars, Yi Xian was naturally tempted. He turned to look at Shi Wanjin. "Why don't we try gnawing on one first?" Hearing this, Shi Wanjin almost wailed on the spot. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. He really wanted to tell Yi Xian that he was not worried about returning empty-handed, but he was worried that if he gnawed on it a few more times, his teeth would break. Unfortunately, with his loyalty to Yi Xian, there was no way he could say this out loud. The unwillingness in his heart was only instinctive because his teeth were sore from gnawing. However, this kind of unwillingness would not go against Yi Xian's wishes. If Yi Xian really asked him to continue gnawing on the nesting stars, Shi Wanjin would at most be worried about his teeth, and would not resist. Chapter 5098. At this time, if what Yi Xian mentioned was spread out, it would be earth-shattering, and the entire Hongmeng void would be shaken. It wasn't that he hadn't done this before. Among the 3,000 nesting stars, the largest nesting star that gave birth to the strength demon god, was now occupied by one of his clones. Once it was born in the future, it would become his strongest clones. In fact, even the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body had entered a nesting star. This matter was confirmed by Shui Ben through the bloodline in his body that was of the same origin as the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body. According to Yi Xian's estimations, the Mad Mosquito Emperor definitely wasn't the only one who had successfully entered a source hive star to steal the heavens and change the sun. With these successful precedents, there was no need to say more about the feasibility of this so-called stealing the heavens plan. In fact, Yi Xian had the idea of carrying out this stealing the heavens plan on a large scale before, but this depended on luck. If the chaos seeds in the nesting stars had not sprouted yet, they could enter. But, once the seed of chaos in the core of a source hive star had sprouted, the supreme laws of the primordial void would sense it and instantly send down an invisible barrier to protect the source hive star, making it impossible for anyone to enter again. In the past, the reason why Yi Xian didn't carry out the stealing the heavens plan on a large scale and let his trusted subordinates with special bloodlines enter the nesting stars was because of this. Almost all the nesting stars they encountered had the chaos seeds in the star core already sprouted, and the invisible barrier that enveloped the nesting star had been activated, so it was impossible to enter. But now it was different. Because of Shi Wanjin, Yi Xian was very likely to have mastered the method to enter the sealed nesting star, so he was naturally tempted. After confirming that this plan was indeed feasible, and the probability of success was very high, he immediately turned to look at Shi Wanjin excitedly. "Why don't we try gnawing on one first?" When he heard this, Shi Wanjin almost howled in grief on the spot. His entire body felt unwell, but he couldn't disobey Yi Xian's orders. Although his face was bitter, he still nodded in agreement. Yi Xian was also an impatient person. Furthermore, this stealing the heavens plan was no small matter. Since he had already decided, there was no way he could sit still. He immediately decided to give it a try. However, whether this plan could be carried out as planned, there was still a crucial question that had yet to be confirmed. That was whether Shi Wanjin could bite a hole in the invisible barrier that enveloped Source Hive Star. Such as if this couldn't be done, then everything else was meaningless. The so-called stealing the heavens plan was just a fantasy. Yi Xian was in a hurry to confirm this matter at such an important juncture. No matter what, he had to first find a nesting star and let Shi Wanjin try to gnaw on it. Then, he would know the final result. Xiao. With a weak sound, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly put Shi Wanjin into the space inside the Shinong cauldron in his body. Then, he directly tore through the void, stepped into a crack in the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few days, Yi Xian arrived at a remote location in the Hongmeng void. There was a nesting planet in front of him. It was one of the nesting planets he found when he was wandering around the vast Hongmeng star field, looking for the Milky Way star field. Yi Xian had encountered many nesting planets during that time. After all, after entering the Hongmeng void, it took him dozens of years to find the Milky Way star field. During this period of time, he had been wandering aimlessly in the boundless dark void. In the past 10 years, he had found over 100 origin nest stars. Unfortunately, other than the largest origin nest star that his energy clone had entered, the origin nest star that gave birth to the strength demon god, as well as the one that he later transformed into the origin nest base camp, when Yi Xian found the other origin nest stars, the primal chaos seeds within their cores had already sprouted. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian couldn't enter them. However, although he had no choice but to retreat, the coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets in the vast Hongmeng void were all recorded by him. Dang, at that time, it was just a whim and something he did casually. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. Otherwise, if he didn't record the interstellar coordinates of these hundreds of nesting planets, it would take him a long time to search for them one by one. At this moment, in the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles ahead, a huge nesting planet could be seen. It was dark, without the slightest light. When divine sense spread out, it couldn't detect the slightest energy aura. It was no different from an ordinary abandoned planet. However, Yi Xian already had experience and was able to instantly distinguish between ordinary abandoned stars and source nest stars. The one in front of him was one of the hundreds of source nest stars that he'd encountered back then. Xiao. After arriving in front of him, Yi Xian waved his hand and instantly summoned Shi Wanjin from the space within the Shinong cauldron. He pointed at the star in front of him and said, "Hey, that's a nesting star. Try it later and see if you can bite a hole out of it." Shi Wanjin was speechless. Shi Wanjin's face showed a depressed expression. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Xian to find a nesting planet so quickly. Depressed in the midst of depression, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said, after entering the space inside the cauldron, Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher knew about this matter. They asked me to tell Master that they also want to enter the nesting planet. This made Yi Xian stunned, but he quickly understood. Crazy, the original bodies of the Mosquito King and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had entered the Hongmeng void to search for Xing Bo and his followers. However, this matter was meaningless now. None of those people had any humanity in them. In addition, the other thing was naturally to compete for the Hongmeng luck of the next era. In this regard, the Mad Mosquito Emperor's original body was ahead of Mosquito Butcher's original body. He had already entered a nesting planet and successfully stole the heavens. Therefore, it was understandable that Mosquito Butcher's original body had such thoughts. Until although Xue Ben's bloodline had undergone atavism and turned into a desolate ancient fierce mosquito, the ancient fierce mosquito was only a primordial fierce beast. It was the bloodline left behind by one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in this era. If now that he had the opportunity to enter a nesting planet, seize the fortune, and become one of the 3,000 chaos demon gods in the next Hongmeng era, Xue Ben naturally wouldn't miss it. This was also good. Both of their bloodlines and talents were extraordinary. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. When Shi Wanjin's figure appeared, he immediately told Yi Xian the idea of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. Although he was stunned for a moment, he didn't object. This was good. After all, Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body had extraordinary bloodlines and talents. If they could enter a nesting planet and be born as chaos demon gods in the future, it would be a great help to Yi Xian. Thinking at this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body from the cauldron in his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a faint whistling sound, two fine rays of light appeared as Yi Xian waved his hand. They stopped abruptly in the void not far ahead and turned into the figures of Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher's original body. The two of them appeared, and they naturally understood everything when they saw the source hive star that was 50 million kilometers ahead. They didn't say anything and just turned to look at Shi Wanjin while bright lights flickered in their eyes, and both of them revealed a wisp of dense anticipation that couldn't be dispersed. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Xian had already taken action. With a wave of his hand, a fine ray of light shot out and rushed toward the nesting planet in front of him. Buzz! Soon, a low buzzing sound sounded. The fine ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly 10 million miles above the nesting planet, hundreds of millions of miles away. Tight, then, a layer of hazy membrane appeared under the fine ray of light. It was only about 1,000 feet wide. There was no similar hazy membrane in other areas. It was the same situation as when he tried in the Milky Way star field. Then, as the hazy membrane appeared, Yi Xian turned to look at Shi Wanjin and pointed his finger forward. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was obvious. He was clearly signaling Shi Wanjin to try. Sigh, Shi Wanjin sighed bitterly. A depressed look appeared on his face, but he didn't dawdle. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a fine ray of light and blasted out. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of this hazy membrane. He slightly adjusted the power in his body, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to gnaw. This scene was really strange to the extreme. An existence that seemed to be a powerhouse was actually lying on an invisible barrier that enveloped the planet and directly gnawing on it. This was simply horrifying. Although Xue Ben and Mosquito Butcher on the side had already been mentally prepared, they were still a little dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was Yi Xian, but he seemed to be used to it. Seeing that Shi Wanjin had already started, his eyes instantly burst out with a blazing light. His eyes were locked on the position of Shi Wanjin's mouth, and his face was full of expectation. This time, Yi Xian was not disappointed. Previously, he had already deduced that although the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field could not be gnawed by the strength of Shi Wanjin and Yin Zhongjin for the time being, the barrier that enveloped the nests of the source hive stars would definitely not be so tough. Although the barrier that enveloped the nesting planet was definitely stronger than the void urn in the great desolate forbidden land, it was definitely much weaker than the invisible barrier that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field. This was only Yi Xian's guess before, but now it had been confirmed. In the first place, right now, Shi Wanjin was only a first-order desolate venerable. Gnawing through the invisible barrier of the nesting star was indeed not as easy as gnawing through the void urn in the great desolate forbidden land. However, it only took a little bit of time and effort. In the end, In the end, he still gnawed on it. In terms of time, it was still okay. It only took 2 hours, which was not too long. In the end, in fact, from the moment Shi Wanjin laid on the barrier and gnawed on it, Yi Xian's eyes had already locked on the position of his lower mouth. At that time, he had only gnawed on about a dozen times, and a bite mark appeared on the barrier. This was an invisible barrier that protected the nesting planet. After being hit by an external force, if the external force did not continue to attack, it would only take a while for the barrier to slowly disappear and could no longer be seen. But, now, because Shi Wanjin had been lying on top of it and gnawing on it, there was a continuous external force, so the barrier that appeared had not disappeared and had always been there. Dang, when the first bite mark appeared, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. This was expected, and he was not surprised. After all, in the Milky Way star field, he had already gnawed on it. The key was what would happen after this bite mark appeared. Soon, similar bite marks appeared more and more, and there were 2 rows, and they were getting deeper and deeper. This was clearly the rhythm of this barrier being nibbled away by Shi Wanjin's teeth. As long as he could hold on and keep gnawing like this, he would definitely be able to gnaw a hole. After all, this barrier was very strong, but it was not very thick. When a small layer of the barrier was gnawed away, Yi Xian turned to look at Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Although he did not say much, the meaning behind it was obvious. Once a small hole was bitten into the barrier, the intruder would have to take advantage of this critical moment to transform into a streak of light and charge into the barrier. Otherwise, once the small hole was repaired under the influence of the primordial chaos void laws, Shi Wanjin would most likely burst into tears on the spot. Moreover, only one heaven stealer could enter a source hive star. Therefore, Yi Xian turned to Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher at this moment to let them prepare. At the same time, they had to discuss who would enter this source hive star first. Otherwise, if both of them rushed out at the same time and entered the source hive star, it would be troublesome. Only one chaos demon god could be born in a source hive star, and all other life forms would be obliterated and turned into energy nutrients for the chaos demon god. If both of them entered at the same time, Shi Wanjin would have to gnaw out another small hole to let one of them come out. If that really happened, Shi Wanjin would probably have the heart to die. Shui Ben and Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher obviously understood Yi Xian's meaning. The two exchanged a look and quickly came to a decision. Shui Ben took a step back, while Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher pushed the power in his body to the limit. His eyes were fixed on the place where Shi Wanjin was gnawing. At this moment, his whole body was like a string that had been stretched to the limit, and he could rush out at any time like an arrow leaving the bow. In the silence, the atmosphere gradually became tense. Yi Xian and the other two waited for about 30 minutes, and during this time, Shi Wanjin was lying there gnawing his teeth. And, then, between the 2 rows of teeth marks left on the barrier membrane, a hole about the size of a fingernail appeared, and it was suffused with an incomparably pure energy aura that made one tremble in fear. Xiao, after hesitating for a moment, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's eyes flashed and he instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he drilled into the small hole and entered the source hive star, disappearing.